All right, all right. No need for intros today. We know why we're here. What's going on, guys? Hello, hello. All right. Shenanigans. How you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling? We're about to get the first poll closing in about 4 minutes. I think we'll probably be getting Georgia, Florida. I think Georgia, Florida, maybe Texas. I don't know. No, not Texas. Definitely not Texas. You don't feel confident? Why is that? Is it because of the shenanigans? Going to be a coin toss? Too many younger voters have been brainwashed, but who knows? Yeah, there's been a lot of young voters brainwashed, but I think you'd be surprised how many young voters don't actually vote. From what I heard, and again, you hear so many different things from so many different people, but I have heard this from several different outlets. The young voters that are voting right now seem to be leaning Trump. Oh, my dogs are fighting. I find it interesting that minority care about the rights while the majority cares about the economy. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. If Trump does win, which I personally think he's going to win in a blowout, I think he's going to get to 312. He's going to have to thank his son for that, because his son was the one that made him go on all those podcasts, which are things that young voters watch. And Kamala didn't do any of that. She was supposed to do Rogan. She never did. She did the Daddy podcast, whatever the fuck that is. And I think that's it. Trump went on my God, he went on a lot. He went obviously Rogan, Theo Vaughn. He went on that Young Guys podcast from stream from Twitch. I forget his name. He did what's that Navy SEAL's name that does his podcast? It's got the bald head. Is it Chris Williams? No. I think it's Chris Smith or something like that. Oh, Sean Ryan. That's who it is. Yep, Sean Ryan. You're right. I got him confused with the other guy, another guy I'm thinking about that has like an English accent. But yeah, I have a look. They're shenanigans, and that's what my concern is. If it was a straight up vote with no shenanigans, there's no way Kamala would win. Even with the shenanigans, I still think there's going to be so many people out there voting for him that I can't see how she pulls it off. But we'll see. You know, everything is always tight up until election night, and then things start popping off, and, you know, we'll see what happens. Trump might be the first president that gets a second chance to be president. Well, every president that wins their second term essentially gets a second chance. So he wouldn't be the first president to get a second chance. He's, I think, the second or third president to have a gap. He would be the first or second president or third to have a gap in his during his time as president. So in other words, he was president for 4 years, lost at an attempt for a second term, and then if he wins this one, he'll be president another 4 years. So I think there was like 2 or 3 other presidents that have done that they had a gap in their administration. So no, he wouldn't be the first president to get a second chance. Technically, almost a lot of presidents have gotten second chances. That's what's called the second term. I want Trump to win so I can refinance my house with lower interest rates. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got. Half a dozen states polls just closed. Georgia. Let's see. Oh, okay. Cock tease. Too early to call Virginia, too early to call Georgia. All right. Indiana goes to Trump. Trump just got Kentucky. South Carolina is too early, but Trump has the lead. Vermont, of course, goes to Harris. All right, so Trump's off to an early lead. Trump has a 17% lead in Florida. Wow. All right, so Indiana's Senate race goes to the Republicans. So off to a strong start. So Bernie Sanders won his 4th term as a senator. They really need to put a limit on senators. Like 4 terms? That's what? That's 16 years? Jesus Christ. 12 years now, but going on, it'll be 16 by the time his next term finishes. Yeah, Florida's going to go to Trump. The reason the lead is so significant is it's an indication of turnout. So this is what they're talking about right now. Give me a second here. Well,
we know Republicans, based on some of the early voting and the voting today,
18%
was pretty decent here.
Just
but 8%
of
the statewide vote. This is Duval County, Jacksonville. I haven't seen this yet. Just go ahead and so you got about 2/3 of the vote coming in Florida right now. Florida counts fast, by the way. The early votes, they rack it up, and so right here in Duval County, you got Kamala Harris leading. I tell you what we do. Why don't we do this? It's very interesting because for one of the first times in a long time.
By the way, who do you guys prefer listening to? I got Fox, I got the Tim Pool cast, I got Daily Wire, and I have Steve Crowder. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. These numbers are, I don't know. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. Oh my God, 20%. Listen to the Fox or ABC. Always nice to hear a source from each. Let's listen to this.
Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time, watch the slide come out here, and now it gives us a direct comparison for 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton. This is the weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8 years ago, he was just shy of 57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago, got slightly weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there, so we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay?
My big concern about tonight is the bullshit. That's what concerns me. Beyond that, I don't see a reason why he doesn't win. And honestly, it's essentially a male versus female election. If Donnie loses again, it's rigged. Yeah, we're not going to really get an idea of where this is going until about 11 or 12 o'clock. I'll definitely be on to at least 11. At that point, I'll decide if I want to go another hour or two, but we'll stick around to 11 tonight. All right, Georgia. Right now, Trump's got a 9-point lead in Georgia. And that's another thing too. There's been a lot. You guys have heard of all the like bomb threats and shit like that going around? There was like 6 of them alone in Georgia. Yeah, he's already pulled in Kentucky and a couple of other Indiana. So Georgia's saying they should have the majority of their votes counted by 8 o'clock. All right, let's hear about Georgia.
Learning, Sandra.
Which could be telling a big story right now. And this is the first time you'll see this, and the first time since the polls have now closed, begun to close there, that we can break this down by candidate. Okay, first up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump.
That's in Georgia.
Right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago.
That's good news.
This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's
She's
running
down
about
8 points with black
behind
voters
where
in
Biden
Georgia.
was
That's
with the
good.
Black vote in Georgia.
That's
in
good news.
2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender. Okay, so now you look at the black male voter in Georgia.
Black male.
We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying
She
to
got
convince them
hammered
that
by
they could
black
be better for
men.
the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20%.
She's at 73%. Donald Trump.
Harris is at 73%. Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that.
Listen to this.
Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay?
That's
So
14
right now,
points.
She's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020.
That's good news.
All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked.
All right, now black woman. Let's
as
see
well
this
in
one.
Georgia, we have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden, with black women in Georgia 4 years ago, was at 95% of their
She's down
support.
6 points with black women.
She's also running behind with them by about 6
So she's
points.
behind on the
I'll
black
leave you
vote
off
by a
with one
lot.
other data point here. Again,
All
this
you
is the
need to
first
do
time
be
we were
behind
able
is
to
like
show you this.
3 or 4%. She's
Education
down
and
like
race.
8, 9,
Whites with
14.
no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77.
The whiteys came out for they came out for Donald Trump.
We have a lot more data coming in, and we will continue to bring that to you. Brett, Martha?
Those are really interesting numbers.
77%.
Story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana
Yeah,
Perino, Harold
that's
Ford
good
Jr.,
news.
Karl Rove, Laura Ingraham, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome. Great to
Yeah, that's yeah, I think we'll see what happens. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but when I think about her and I think about years ago when she ran for president the first time and she bailed out because she didn't even have 1% of the primary vote. And then now looking at when she got selected to run for president this year, and she spent like the first 2.5 months not saying anything. I don't see how someone who is so unpopular and hardly any, and a lot of people in the country don't really know where she stands because she flip-flops. I don't see how she could possibly win. This doesn't make sense to me. That's why if she wins, it's going to be shenanigans. Yeah, they're counting fast in Georgia. She's taking the lead by 3 points. So they're counting and counting and counting. Things are going back and forth. The people voting for her are heavily decayed zombies. Get my paycheck from my vacation tomorrow. Hope we find out tonight so I can plan stocking up on food and water and generators. It's not going to happen that fast. You also have to remember, too, even if she wins the presidency, she needs to have the Senate and the House in order to pass her legislation. Now, where she can do damage is executive orders, but you can't, some of the things she wants to do, you can't write in executive orders. So it's not the end of the world. It's never the end of the world if the opposition wins. It just makes life tougher. What is going to happen, though, is you're going to see immigration just blow up. And that's where we're going to have problems. So long as worst case scenario, if she wins, so long as the Republicans hold at least the House or the Senate, if not both, she ain't going to be able to get anything done. Yeah, Indiana went to Trump. They called that like 20 minutes ago. Cartels migrating across the borders. Yeah, they're already in the United States, cartels. Yeah, it's going to be like that. I wouldn't. Don't have too much anxiety right now. It's still early. We need to. It'll be a couple of hours before we get an idea of where this is going. Like, I'll put it to you like this. If it's really close, really close by like midnight or by 11, then I might be a little concerned. I really do think he's gonna just wipe the floor with her. I don't see. And there's certain states that if he gets, it's over. You could just go to bed. Like if he gets Michigan or Minnesota or even Pennsylvania, if he gets one of those three, it's over. He wins. Right now, he's got the early number in Virginia, but it's super early. But he's up 18% so far. 18 points. And so is the Senate race there, is going to the Republicans. So far, it's real early. It's like 1%. Oh, she's pulled up in Florida. She's only down 6 points now. She was down 18 before. I was hoping that would hold. The other good news with Georgia is that I'm sure some of you guys heard, but the court ruled that any mail-in ballots that are not counted by, I think, by the time the polls close, won't count. So in other words, they're not going to be allocated extra days or hours to count mail-in votes. What's going on, you? Yeah, Georgia's going to bounce back and forth. They're only like 7 or 8% in or 10% in. They still got like 90% of the vote to count. Yeah, he went back up by 3 points. It's only, oh, look at that. It's only 3% in. Yeah, that's way early. Got a long ways to go for Georgia, at least another hour or two. Did you know that Trump has 25,000 lawyers ready to intervene if there are signs of stealing? There are a lot of people being watched. That's the other thing. But, you know, it's until it's all said and done, we won't know. Here, let me tell you what's really going to be bad. What's going to be bad is if, let's say she squeaks by in a victory, and then they find Shenanigans, and then it flips, and the presidency goes back to Trump. Oh my God, this country's gonna blow up like a nuke. You're gonna be so many pissed off people. We're gonna get that no matter who wins. You're gonna get some people acting up. Much more worse on the left side than the right. If Trump wins, I think it will be like 2016 again, but much worse in the initial phase. I can't even see Kamala Harris performing better than Hillary, and he beat Hillary by a fair margin. So I don't see how. When you just look at everything that we've seen over the past couple of months, how much she was hiding in the corner till the very last minute, all the dumb shit she said, all her flip-flopping, And then you see all the, 2 assassination attempts, all these people coming to Trump's side. It just doesn't, there's no way she could win, in my view. If it's a fair election, there's no way she could win. I just don't see it. I don't see it. And I don't see it being close either. But there are shenanigans out there. And that's what bothers me, is like, even if Trump wins and it's close, let's say Trump wins and it's close, like, I'm still going to be like, man, there was shenanigans going on. It shouldn't be this close. Like, who is she really? What's going on, Aldefonica? We must have Trump win. We must do it for Peanut. Yeah, poor Peanut the squirrel. Rob, which state are you concerned for the most? Georgia. Georgia and North Carolina. My home state. And there are a fair amount of woke people here, I'm not going to lie. I've seen it with my own eyes, so. He needs to keep those 2 states. That's important. Because if I don't see him picking up more than 1 state in the Rust Belt. So, and the only 3 I think he has a chance of getting is either Michigan, Minnesota, or Pennsylvania, and that's it. So he needs to pick up one of those 3. I do see him getting Arizona. I see him getting that back. But we won't be talking about those states until like 10 o'clock because they're on the West Coast. Texas, he'll get, no problem. Florida, he'll get, no problem. He'll get all of center of the United States, the countryside. And normally, obviously, Harris will get Cali in New York and all the big states in the coast. All right. So we'll see what happens. All right, let me put the volume back on. Yeah, Trump's still holding a 3% lead in Georgia so far. We got some people in North Carolina thinking voting for Kamala will get her to actually help them. There. All right, they're just talking about Ohio right now. I want to know about Georgia.
Ready to vote, and it really.
That's my big Georgia and my state. Next round of key polls closing soon. How much do you put into the 13 keys? You mean that guy who does the... You talk about that guy who's predicted like 17 of the last 18 elections or some shit, or 9 of the last 10? If that's what you're talking about, I think the way he does it is interesting, and obviously it works. When I looked at it this year, he put Kamala Harris in categories that she had no business being in. One of them being charisma. And I'm like, come on, Trump's got way more charisma than her. So I don't know if he's lining it up correctly. I don't know. I definitely think there's going to be some portions of this election, this year's election, that's going to be outlier. All right, so we got 6 more minutes before the next round of poll closings. Florida, he's still up. He's up by 7 now. Florida Senate, Scott's up by 8. So Georgia, he's still up by 3. Actually 4. Just a shade over or under 4. Yeah, that's true. Kamala is as funny as an elementary school teacher. Did you see where Kamala had a fake phone call to? Yeah, she was on a plane, and it made it look like she was on the phone, but the only problem was her earbud wasn't connected to the phone. Yeah, it was stupid. Democrats do stupid shit sometimes. Remember the AOC picture of her, like, and there was nothing on the other side? She was just pretending. Oh, my God. Yeah, but he's not expected to win Virginia. I wouldn't worry about Virginia. He's not expected to win that. That's too close to D.C. South Carolina, he's up by 23 points, but it's only 1%. So right now he's got a 19-3 lead. All right, so we got 3 more minutes. NFL trade deadline is usually boring. It's not like baseball or even basketball. Because the NFL has a much stricter salary cap. So it's not like you could trade big player to another team without them taking on a huge salary. Where, you know, baseball doesn't have a salary cap, and basketball's salary cap is very generous. Although they have aprons, like levels of aprons, that if you pass each apron, you have to pay more and more in luxury tax. And baseball, while it doesn't have a salary cap, it has something similar. So if you spend over a certain amount of money, then you pay a luxury tax. And then there's the Steve Cohen tax. That's another thing, too. There's also shenanigans in the polls. So for a long time, the polls were ranked as economy, immigration. Suddenly, like in the last 2 days, suddenly abortions jumped up to number 2. Out of nowhere like that? I don't know. Did they have info on New York already? Asking because of the Venezuelan gangs. New York's going to go to Kamala. I wouldn't even... When you look at states like California and New York, they're always going to go to the Democrats. What can give you an idea of where the election is going is how much does the Republican lose in those states. Like if they get blown out, then it's like normal. But if it's closer than normal, it's usually a good indication for the Republicans. South Carolina, yeah, he's got a big lead. He should win South Carolina. That's not even a big deal. See, the Democrats win the big chunky states. Like if you look at a map when the Democrat wins, most of the map is always going to be red. But all those middle countries, states, they're all worth like 5 electoral votes, 7 electoral votes. But then you get a state like California for a Democrat that's worth 54 electoral votes. Yeah, my biggest interest right now is Georgia and North Carolina, because if he wins those 2 states, then he only needs one of the Rust Belts, and that's it, game over. So long as he wins Arizona and all that stuff, he still needs to win Arizona. Winning Nevada would help. Right now, he's jumped up to a 15-point lead in Georgia. All right, here we go. We're about to get to more polls ending. And that's the other thing too. I'll put the volume on here, but let me just say this real quick. So the poll says that 75% of the country thinks that the country's heading in the wrong direction, with the number one issue being the economy. I don't see how you win if you're a Democrat, because it's your administration.
North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene.
All right, let's
They're doing
see.
a really great job. The Secretary of State's office
North
there,
Carolina.
as we wait for the poll closing right now.
All right, here we go.
It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed.
North Carolina.
In 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes, and it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also, too early to call Ohio.
All right, so they said it's too early to call, but they think it might be decisive. So we'll see.
Also watching the Senate race there, Bernie Moreno.
West Virginia goes to Trump. That's only 4 electoral votes. That ain't a whole lot.
We can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
We
we'll
expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the electoral college votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up.
Oh, okay.
That last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest
That's right
story
now,
in
yeah,
West
because he's
Virginia,
getting
as
all
we
the
said, is the Senate
the
race, where
early,
longtime
yeah.
Senator Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrat, now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans.
All right,
That win
Republicans got
puts
another
the
Senate
GOP
seat. That's good.
1 seat
That's 2
away
now.
from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate, assuming they don't lose any seats along
Or
the
yeah,
way
they
that
had to push it
already
back to
hold.
like 8 or 8:30.
Exactly. So the Fox News
Yeah,
decision
Bombs, there
desk
was 6
says
of
that
them.
It is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Senate
15
Democratic
counties?
Senator
Wow.
Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks
So
like
so
this
far,
in
so
terms
far
of what we
Republicans
have
have kept
fed
one and
in
flipped
so
one, so
far
that's good.
into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new
Money talks,
senator.
as
He was
one
the
would
former
say.
governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 20.
All right, so we'll keep an eye. North Carolina's done, so now they're going to be counting. Yeah, that was to be expected. So North Carolina kept we kept our Democratic governor, unfortunately. All right, let's listen to Bill Hemmer. He always drops good information.
30 here on the East Coast. I was looking at Miami right now. Miami-Dade, the last time as a county they had voted for a Republican president was 1988, George Bush, 41. And right now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And,
All right, here we
Georgia's
go.
one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like
I mean, it's only
Arizona and some
8%,
others
but
that we've
he's
looked at. And,
he's up by almost 20. He's up by 21 points.
Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again.
He was up by
this
3
time.
points
I just
like
wanna take a
20
glance
minutes
at
ago.
this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly, but right now 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals.
What was that?
Down here is Brantley
Yeah, I had
County.
to. It was bad.
Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020, and he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this. The percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900.
He's doing better by a
That
point.
comes back to that conversation about, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's look at the vote difference for
22%, and
we
yeah.
can show you a little of the
Again, it's still
realignment that we're
early, though.
talking
It's only
about.
9,
If you look at
10%
this,
in.
Right? All this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but
He's going over Georgia
changed.
from the last couple of years.
And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points, a raw vote of 11,000.
Which I think was fraud.
And 79, all right? Now, so this is where we are now. Now, just, you know, with a lot of that vote out there, Trump's got a lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night, but we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina.
There's no way she could win Georgia.
Similar
There's
story.
no way.
Maybe
I don't see
less
it.
of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all, you know, this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004. That was easy. That wasn't a battleground at all.
It's still early. North Carolina's only like 2% into the count.
Performed so well, took the Tar Heel State just by so much they're okay in North Carolina, but was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this, all right? Yeah. So as you can see, like these states, they change. And it's a real part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live.
I think the whole Biden election was a
work,
fraud. Yeah.
Go to school, et cetera. So we'll like tag onto that throughout the night.
You know, North Carolina, you look at the counties you are following, Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's just such a population shift. You know, more than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different.
I'm one of them.
So that's
Wake
why
County.
Maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina that Democrats are looking to.
Yeah, I look at Wake County. We can show you on the board in a second here. I look at Guilford, too. That's Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. You know, young folks go there to go to school. And
it'll be interesting to see what Wake County leans more. They're about to show it.
You know, Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that
I get the feeling it leans more liberal.
Capture.
This from living here, I get that sense.
But not by.
But then again, I don't know, because
margin to capture the entire state. So that's somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush Kerry. He really felt the old days.
It was a good moment. Yeah, it was a good moment. But you're right. The change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg.
All right, we'll wait till they bring that up. Hey, I did my job. I voted for Trump here, so did my parents. All right, they're going to talk about the Hurricane Helene area in North Carolina.
I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? You're
Yeah,
2%
that's just as I thought.
But
Raleigh, liberal, heavy liberal.
Draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes. So let's go and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago. Here were the results, right? You know, Trump won the state several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these mobile voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
You know, Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out. But Donald Trump this morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, stay in line. Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign season.
Twitter tonight, he's still up on X saying, "Stay in line."
Yeah, stay in line. Don't get out of the line because Harris supporters were reporting in Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line for 6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other.
That's
reporting.
ridiculous.
So people have to. A lot of people can't.
6 hours to vote? The fuck? Georgia, still too soon to call. 10% in, he's up by 12. Yeah. I'm glad I voted Saturday morning. It took me like 5 minutes. Did any of you guys go out and vote today, or you guys did it early? Trump's up by 16 in North Carolina. All right, so poll closings again at 8 o'clock, 15 minutes. So all these states, all these key states are going to be closing soon, and then it's a matter of waiting for the count. I didn't vote at all. I'm only really following this as much as I think is necessary. So far, Republicans are doing pretty good on down the ticket. They've already flipped one Senate seat, and they have a 4-0 lead in the House race. It's usually a good sign. Popular vote right now, Trump is up by about 700,000. It's craziness. But see, that's how it is all the time. Everything starts off with the Republican leading, and then you get to that 11 to 12 o'clock hour when everybody's about to go to bed, and that's when the Democrats come out like creeps. They're like, okay, let's do it. Let's pull the trigger. Yeah, I voted, and we have paper ballots here, so that's another thing I like. None of that computer bullshit. Everything North Carolina will go to Trump, even if Harris taking early lead. Yeah, I mean, when there's only like 10% in, I mean, the numbers are always going to look crazy. Like, even though like Trump's up by 16 in some states, but it's not going to end that way. It'll end with like him, depending on the state, he might win by 1 point. He might win by 3 points. I can't see him winning North Carolina. I mean, her. Especially considering he beat Biden for it, and she's going to underperform Biden. So that alone, she should win North Carolina. I live in one of the 2 counties that are heavily, Democrats always, they're like rats, right? They always live in the cities. And Raleigh is like 20 minutes from me. So you got Raleigh and Charlotte. Those will be heavily Democratic. But everything surrounding that is usually Republican. So Georgia, he's up, wow, by a lot, but it's only 12%. But he's up by 25. That lead is actually growing, though. North Carolina, she's up by 38, but that's only 2%. Oh, this is that little area that's worth like 2 electoral votes that Democrats usually win in Nebraska. I forgot what county that was. Trump has to be ready for the fraud this election. Otherwise, why even run again if he doesn't have a plan? Well, he's not going to run again if he loses. First of all, he already said that, but he would be too old at that point. For another 4 years, he would be, what, 77, 78? It's too old. Remember 4 years ago when Fox called Arizona like 2 minutes after the polls closed? It was like 5% in, and they were like, Biden has won Arizona. We're like, what the fuck? I was like, what? That's when we all knew something was up. We were like, wait a minute, this smells like codfish. Well, Steve, it's not that simple. There's certain laws put in place that need to be voted out through legislation. Pennsylvania is the biggest problem, right? So when they changed their mail-in ballot laws, that was through legislation. So you could have a team of lawyers go in there and make a good case like they did about the law being changed at the 11th hour. But the only real way for that to change or to revert back to what it was is through legislation. And sadly, in that county in Pennsylvania, it's run by Democrats. Mostly men. You know, it's bad when you have foreign Trump supporters that are trying to out-compete the illegal voters. Yeah, the only problem is the illegal voters are voting. %5 in Ohio, Trump's got an 18-point lead. Again, still early, but he should win Ohio. That shouldn't even be a concern. I can't hear her voice. Independence. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Stay safe. I don't like either of them. I just hope we can just start getting along. I'm so tired of the division. Oh, and you took your comment away. Why? That was a fine comment. Trump better build a wall if he wins. Rob, do you think we will have another Democrat again like JFK? No, not even close. It'll take a while before the Democrats come back to what they were years ago. They're going to have to lose a couple of elections. But if they keep winning, then they're going to keep thinking they're doing the right thing. If anything, the Republicans today are more like the Democrats of yesterday. They're that's how much things have shifted. Pennsylvania is about to close in 5-6 minutes. Now remember, that just means nobody can vote anymore. That's when they start counting. Here we go. Here we go. Once you go far left, you never go back. Well, you can. A lot of people have, but it is a very cultish mentality. Because they know they're wrong. Like, if you know you're wrong and you still support or you still believe in what you're being told, I mean, that is just, you're voluntarily living a lie. So far, Ohio's looking good for Republicans. They're leading in the Senate and they're leading in the presidency. Still a long way to go. However, the House is not good news. They're down. And in the other House race, they're winning, but by a barely. South Carolina, Trump still has a commanding lead. Vermont's already been won by Harris. What's going on, Venom? Wow, Vermont governor went to the Republicans. That's shocking. Virginia, yeah, Harris is still up by 8. That's 20% in. And that's the state she should win. Though if Trump were to pull it off, that'd be crazy. All right, here we go. South Carolina called for her President Trump.
Win the state of South Carolina. So we are counting down.
So that's 9 more electoral votes.
Poll closing, and there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32, 3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan.
Yeah, it looks like Florida's going to go to Trump. He's up by 10 there.
Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters.
Yeah, they're in here.
Out there today.
Well, that was Raven, I think.
Station.
Yeah, that's Raven.
And there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people.
All right, so Trump picked up South Carolina as expected. North Carolina is only 4% in.
Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice.
So Georgia, he's up by
Jewish
13, and there's
Americans,
31% of the votes in.
Tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
Harris is
seconds away.
20% in. Harris has took the lead in Ohio, but that's only 22% of the vote. It's amazing how little Pennsylvania is like the the one state that determines who's president. All right, here we go. Poll closing.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania,
which could be an
early lead.
exciting
Let's see.
state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida,
Okay.
putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House.
105 to
Too early
72.
call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
These are all states he's expected to win.
Mississippi, Trump
Mississippi,
will cruise to victory
Tennessee.
in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes.
She was expected to win that.
Her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold.
All
and she
these
has
are
a lead
just
in Delaware. President Biden's
these
home
are
state,
like,
of
you know,
course,
par for the
but it
course.
is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270.
Got a long way to go.
Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey?
All right, so yeah, all the expected states that they were going to win have called it. So now we got those out of the way. He's up 12% in Florida with 35% of the vote in. 33, excuse me. I don't think it's. I don't. Harris is winning Texas. What the fuck, dude? Texas is like 2% into the count. That doesn't mean shit. Senator Ted Cruz won his seat again. Trust me, Texas ain't flipping. North Carolina. Right now, Kamala's up by 12. It's only 7% though. But she's got the early lead. Virginia, she's up by 6. That's 26% in. Four years ago at this point. Listen to this.
3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago.
Holy
that's a slip
shit.
About 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools.Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple.
So she's performing 5 points worse than Biden in Loudoun County in Virginia.
You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump, and I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see
wow.
that swap?
5% swing.
5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, none of the Fox inside
Oh,
here,
shit.
Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020.
And he's leading by 3
that.
points.
Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360.
So she's already beaten Biden in that county.
Campaign, if this number holds there in Douglas County.
I kind of feel like something fishy's going on.
Show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these two surveys.
That's a huge.
That may sync up with what.
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay? Yep. 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 200.
Holy shit, she's down by like 100,000 votes.
You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye in Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well?
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them are more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. So it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again.
That's why they keep going with that fucking narrative of him being a Nazi and all that shit. There are actually people who believe that. It's just insane. So, yeah, there's a lot of funky numbers going on right now. Like, she's not performing well, but then there's one county where she's performing better than Biden. It's insane. Here, I'm going to let you guys listen to this while I go get a drink. That way it's not just silent. I'll be right back.
Can I clarify
the
something?
price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. You know, the threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. When you think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this, that our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni.
All right. Oh, still lots to go. So how you guys feeling so far? All this information we've gotten. Currently, right now, it looks like it's par for the course in terms of what the states they're winning. So we're basically waiting for that moment where the election shifts and where it shifts. So that moment's going to come probably within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. But at minimum, I'll stream till 11 o'clock. Depending on how I feel at 11, I'll keep going. I'm hoping by 11 we already know who's winning. Or I'm hoping by midnight we know who's winning. Trump's up by 14 in Georgia with 36% in. So he's maintained the lead there. Now he's up by 11. It just changed. It's 41% now, so he still has a good lead there. Harris is still leading in North Carolina with still only 8% in. Georgia should, 42% at 8. They said 8:30. I don't know if they're going to get the rest of it by 8:30, but they're almost halfway done. And Trump's vote counts are starting to come in Ohio. He's now only down by 3. So, but that's got 28% in, so it's still a long way to go there. But in the back of my head, I'm waiting for the shadow campaign to come up out of nowhere. Try not to think so negative. All right, this is par for the course. Oklahoma goes to President Trump. And listen to this.
This is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for.
So that's another Senate seat.
In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though,
I can't see Hawley losing that.
Once again, in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win
of course.
her third term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to
These are all
project
incumbents, so
the main
nothing
Senate race
changes.
quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House
that doesn't change
Lisa
either.
Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term.
These are all Senate
And
seats
let's take
that
a look at the
don't make a
balance of power
change.
and how it shapes
They're
up.
they're
At this
all
point in the
incumbents
evening, 8:18
or
on the
replacing a
East
former
Coast, you have
Democrat.
43
So
Republicans securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate and a long way to go in the upper chamber as well.
We have a lot of raw vote totals starting to dump in from those early states. More
Oh, here we
Democracy
go.
24 coverage ahead as we await
So
the
when they
next
come back from
round
commercial
of
break,
poll
there'll be
closings.
more updates. They just got a bunch of votes in, so we'll see what happens. Or I can just read it from here. So let me see. Those are the Senate seats. Texas, Trump is up, of course, 26% in. He's up by 8. Senate, Cruz is going to win. He's up by 4. So that's good there. I don't think that's going to be close. He'll probably keep gaining a lead. Texas House, Republicans. Vermont, we already know she won that. All right, let's see what they have for updated numbers. That's so weird that Vermont has a Republican governor. Vermont's pretty hardcore blue. Virginia, so it's starting to tighten up in Virginia. Harris is only up by 3 now. That's 32% in. But the Senate race, well, he's the incumbent, so it doesn't matter. But it'll be nice. But the Republican representative is down by 5. Virginia House is only 18% in, but the Republicans in the lead early there. How will you feel about Kamala Harris? Well, I don't feel anything for her. I don't want her to win, so I think she's you think Biden was a puppet. She's going to be a big puppet. It's basically going to be another Obama term. Yeah. I still wouldn't bank on him winning Jersey, even if other channels haven't called it yet. All right, here we go.
Biggest issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there. Okay.
All right, Pennsylvania.
When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this Election Day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA.
66% in favor of Trump.
This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you.
Pennsylvania is going to be so interesting.
Sandra, thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria,
they haven't updated the counts yet, so when they get to that, I'll take it off mute. So there's some interesting statistics right now that there's some interesting statistics that hold on. Excuse me. So anyway, what I was gonna say was all these interesting numbers, and when they go back and they compare like what's going on with Biden 4 years ago versus now, and again, I keep thinking to myself, this should be, or it wouldn't surprise me if this is a blowout in favor of Trump, but yeah, it seems very close right now. I mean, I guess that's to be expected, but it shouldn't be. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to get to the end already. Is basically what I don't give a shit. I mean, as long as he wins, it doesn't matter. Suspense is killing me. Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel like it's suspenseful now. I don't think it's going to be as suspenseful as we get closer to the night. Like, okay, hold on. Let's listen to this.
Well, I think right now, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. It started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot.
Only
of
11% in that North Carolina. Harris is up by 4 so far.
Hispanics than he ever had before.
What's going on, Lonely Kaiju?
A lot of black votes for it, young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy.
Trump been lowering taxes for millionaires. He's been lowering taxes for everybody. I was in a much better financial position when he was president last time than I am in now. That's for damn sure.
Expand that working class coalition enough to win this election, and give me another hour or two, and I'll try to answer that question.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy.
All right, they're just talking gibberish right now. Let's switch over to. Let's go check out Daily Wire. Let's see what they're saying.
The majority seem to say Virginia.
But because that's such a reach. I mean, if Wisconsin came in and Trump won Wisconsin and we took the Senate seat, and that I think is more realistic, and I would feel really good going into the rest of the night.
On the other side of that, if Donald Trump loses North Carolina, it isn't impossible for him to win the presidency, but I think that it would be almost impossible. Not even necessarily because of the electoral math, but because
it's indicative. It would be
indicative. That would be a terrible thing for us to see early in the evening.
So is North Carolina determined by Raleigh-Durham? Because I don't know what else. What am I missing?
Mecklenburg County.
Oh, wait. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. So, right, Chapel Hill, is that what it's called? So yeah, it's all the big university towns have been poisoned by.
That's not that far from here, Chapel Hill.
Chapel Hill and Raleigh.
Oh, so that's a try. So that's it basically, because I can't imagine the rest of North Carolina is Democrat.
What do you think about it, Kevin?
Well, I think Mecklenburg County is another big one there to watch where Charlotte is. I agree with you that I think from an electoral standpoint, you can pick up 16 electoral votes with Nevada and Arizona, which you could well do, or Georgia's 16 as well as North Carolina, but it's more about what it would mean and the indication. And the black vote there is another one that I think is interesting to keep an eye on. They have the 8th highest rate of black voters in the entire country. Georgia's 3rd. So I'm interested to see the turnout of black men in Georgia and the Atlanta area compared to North Carolina.
Also, North Carolina, sorry, before we go off North Carolina, another reason why that'd be a bad sign is that, and we moved on from it in like 45 seconds, like we do from everything. But in North Carolina, that's where the Biden-Harris administration had their Hurricane Katrina moment.
That's correct.
And if there's no price to pay for that at all, like for George Bush,
That's a good point.
That was a major scandal that lasted months and months. We still remember it. And if there's just no price to pay for that you could have that kind of devastation in American communities or basically abandoned by the federal government.
Yes.
If there's no price, then what do we do?
Okay, if there is no price, it reinforces the point I made the hour, 2 hours ago when I was on, and that is the ability of the press to brainwash even in a free society, which was revelatory to me because my field of study was Soviet affairs. I learned Russian to read Pravda.
Yeah, that's true. Like you would think North Carolina should be an automatic win for Trump because of what happened with Hurricane Helene.
It is now not true. I know for a fact you can brainwash people in a free society. The fact that the press made a big deal about Katrina and nothing about this shows you how profoundly the press will influence people even when it happens to them. The press defines, it's eerie. The press defines reality for the people who lived the reality, not just for the people in other states that didn't have a storm.
The only thing I would...
It's a very scary part of...
Let me mute this real quick.
A little interruption outside of Georgia.
Oh, here we go.
It continues to trend in Trump's favor right now. So we've got 55-44 for Trump. That's with 54% of the votes in. I believe an hour ago, Decision Desk HQ, our partners here, gave Trump something like 69% chance of winning Georgia. That continues to hold pretty strong. If Trump pulls Georgia, the night's on track. The night is on track.
He's in the fight.
Yeah.
And North Carolina right now actually trending in Harris's direction, 51-47, but that's only with just over 10% report. I mean, they're just getting started in North Carolina.
So what he was saying about how there should be a price to pay for the kind of devastation that was ignored by Harris and Biden. But I think that was Dennis Prager talking. But I think what he's not realizing is that the portion of North Carolina that was devastated by Hurricane Helene is all Republican. So it's always voted Republican, even before. So if Harris wins North Carolina, that doesn't mean she brainwashed the people that live there. It just means that all the other people that don't live in those counties voted for Harris. So I don't think he looked at it from a micro point of view. He looked at it more broadly. I think what he's thinking is other people in North Carolina would probably vote for Trump because of how their fellow statesmen were treated, but that's not how things work. You know what I mean?
They were just wrapping up the recovery of bodies when I was there, so I went out with the team of...
I guess I wanted to explain it so that way you guys don't think all doom and gloom. There's
the federal government, or how do they feel?
The way these votes work, obviously, is by county. Then all these things get tallied up, and somebody wins the state. So if there's a certain portion of the state that was treated like shit by because if those people were historically purple voters or blue voters, guarantee you Harris and Biden would have been there helping them. But those voters have always voted Republican, so that's why they treated them like shit.
I didn't get the sense
they're like, well, we're not going to win their vote anyway. So
aspect of it, although I will say I talked to a number of victims who said it was 5 or 6 days before they met a single government aid worker, and that the only people helping them, it was the redneck Air Force that I was embedded with for a day, veterans who just flew out Chinook helicopters that were private to run recovery missions. Those were the people that were on the ground first.
And remember how Bush was excoriated because he only flew over New Orleans at first? But Biden didn't show up at all, I don't think. And Kamala did that ridiculous, camera.
Which, by the way, flying over it is a totally sensible thing to do. What do you want to do? Rappel down into the middle of the flood zone? But Kamala made no attempt to even pretend to care.
So some numbers also coming out from the New York Times. My favorite thing to do on election night is to look at the liberal websites and outlets. So right now, The Times says it's still a toss-up, obviously, but it's estimating Trump 279, Harris 259.
That's
the New York
low.
Times is giving Trump a 59% chance of winning, Harris a 41% chance. What matters here is that it's trending in Trump's direction. So it's breaking away
The
a little
New
bit.
York Times is predicting a Trump victory?
Yes.
They are
Though
right
it says it's a toss-up, but they're giving a decisive
Did I have something
chance.
to drink now?
I know, we're getting close.
I really
You
want
said
to
you
know.
drink whatever we give you, right? So,
That's
I'm gonna
right.
hold you to
Yes.
that.
No, absolutely. You can hold me to
If
it.
Trump
I really wanna
loses,
know why
it's
he
going to
stopped
be
drinking
total
before we
World War
take him up.
III because our enemy. Oh yeah, I think if Harris wins, all right. Let me mute this for a minute. I'm going to switch over to back over to Fox. If Trump wins, I mean, if Harris wins, yeah, she's going. All the other countries in the world are going to try and flex their muscles and assume her weakness. And I mean, if she didn't have the balls to go on Rogan, how can we expect her to negotiate with dictators or even scare them? Now, on the flip side of that, she could be overly aggressive to try and compensate for the fact that she is a woman and start bombing the shit out of people and starting World War III herself. So it's like a double-edged sword, you know what I mean? Oh, Arizona's coming up, 9 p.m. So we got about 23 minutes. So yeah, I'm not too worried about North Carolina overall. It's only 10% in and she's only up by 3. So that can change. I can't see her winning North Carolina because Biden didn't even win North Carolina. So we'll see what happens. If Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, then that's a good sign that things are going to go his way. But I still would love, I still would be, I would still like to see an outlier for him. Something that they weren't expecting. You know what I mean? She has a big lead. Yeah, but Pennsylvania is like 2% in. Like, you start paying attention to that shit when it's like starting to hit 40 or 50%. Michigan House, that's 7% in. All right, let's see what some of these updated numbers look like here. So right now they're doing the House and Senate seats. Oh, hold on, they're back. All right, I'll just turn the volume off. I'll put it on for you guys to listen.
She said at Pennsylvania, where Alexandria Hoff is in Newtown tonight. Hi, Alexandria.
Hi, good to be with you. You know, in theory, polls have closed, but that is not the case everywhere. You have Cambria County, for example, a judge there ordered that the poll hours must be extended to 10 p.m. That's due to a machine issue earlier in the day.
Of course, here we go.
County, there's one polling location that's staying open till 9:30. That's in Laughlin for similar issues. The DNC also made a legal push to try to keep polls open in Northampton County later. That actually ended up being denied by a judge. That was due to there being very long lines of Lehigh University students there and polling issues as well. So yeah, in theory, polls have closed, but once again, if you are in line, even by that deadline, you are still able to cast a ballot, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Alex, thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Listen, bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a
Oh,
moment here.
he's opening up a big lead in Georgia
slightly
now.
better than Biden in Douglas County. There's all the metro counties of Georgia. Slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little of a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, you know, 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here.
Trump took the lead in Virginia.
That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. A lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County. All right? Fairfax County is #1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding.
Yeah, she's got a 37% lead in that county.
You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned
That's a good sign. I mean, it's still early, but he was down in Virginia up until then.
Right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this
So
year.
he's running par for the course in
See
Texas.
what's happening in Pennsylvania.
All right, Pennsylvania.
Because this is critical, too. All right, so
Yeah, so it's 11% in.
There's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here.
All right, Pennsylvania, very important.
What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia.
Georgia.
This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades, and around 2016 it flipped toward the Democrats, and right now a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here.
Yeah, Virginia is very close right now. It wasn't before.
The African-American turnout. Look at Chatham.
Again, I'm not expecting him to win Virginia, but if he does, holy shit.
5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%, and for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out for Pete State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points.
Oh, the vape?
His strength right now.
Yeah, I've been vaping for like 14 years.
Halfway in, okay. Kamala Harris.
Not everything you're told is true. You're not wrong, but so that those
pretty strong here in Ohio.
let me see what they're talking about. Ohio.
2 times around, we'll see whether or not he can hold.
He's got a 3-point lead in Ohio so far, with 43% of the vote in. So those metal like that thing you're talking about. So those come from liquids that are made and offered on the black market. So like if I went to someone, so there's like a lot of kids unfortunately that like to vape. They're not supposed to. You're supposed to be over 18. But they concoct their own liquid. And those liquids are not made the way they're supposed to be. Those are the ones that have those effects. The ones that you buy at the store, the ones that are concocted by people who actually know what they're doing, don't contain that shit. Like I said, I've been vaping for 14 years. My doctor knows I vape. Perfectly fine. Believe me, my doctor she's always checking my lungs. And not only that, she's never lectured me about vaping. She just wants to know where it's coming from. And it's for that reason. Because the off-market liquids, you should never smoke those. Georgia called for Trump. Yeah, it was heading in that direction. Surprised they haven't called it yet on Fox, though. Oh, just kidding? You fooled me. Yeah, no, she is a good doctor. You got too excited. I'm just listening to them talk shit. They're not updating anything yet. I usually take it off mute when they start updating numbers and stuff like that. So they just do all this stuff in between while they get their numbers in. So 92% in Florida, and Trump extended his lead. So he's going to win that state by more than 13%, which is a blowout. Oh, shit. Trump is up by 11 now in Georgia. 55% in. That's good. Still got to keep an eye on North Carolina. Rob, I don't mean to get off topic, but do you have any plans for more streaming this week, possibly? Yeah, Friday. And then probably a video or two tomorrow, just talking about like the Godzilla anniversary. Ohio, Trump is up by 4, only 44% in. Let's see here. All right, I'm just going to leave this off for now. I'll just lower the volume a little bit, and I'll put up the volume when they make some information, when they present updates. He extended. Oh, she caught up. She cut down by 6. So now he's up by 5. Okay, North Carolina, Trump took the lead.
So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states.
North Carolina, Trump is up by 5 now.
In in some place like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Yeah.
So that's good news. Let's hope it keeps trending that way.
That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Oh God, I can't listen to Sean Hannity. Let's go back to the Daily Wire. See what they're saying.
Wow. So, let's hope that holds. Well, meanwhile, Brent Buchanan from Signal, he is with us, and he has some updates from Georgia. Brent, tell us all about what's happening in Georgia as more of the vote is coming in.
Well, we're starting to see some of the northern counties begin to report, which is what we had talked about earlier. And so we look at places like Cobb County, Georgia here is beginning to report. So this is a very large county that in the past has voted for.
He looks like a giant
Biden.
thumb.
Let me look at the numbers here. So this was a seat that
Yeah, Trump is leading.
county
Trump
that
is
Joe
leading
Biden
Georgia.
won by 14 points, and you can see that currently he is doing some quick math here. I love tenths of a percentage. He's currently up by 16 points, or she's up by 16 points in this seat. So
That's not Georgia. That's in one county in Georgia.
across Georgia specifically, is that there are some places where she's doing better. She's improving upon Biden's margins. The vote share is higher. But then you're starting to see some of these rural counties come in also, too. And so we've got Forsyth County here as an example. And this is a county that Trump won by 33 points. And currently he is up by 37. So you can see you've got kind of a counterbalance effect here of two northern arc Georgia counties.
Red America is getting redder and blue America is getting bluer, is what this tells me.
That's a really good point. And then you throw in, again, let's go
Did
back
you
to
hear
Fayette
about
County.
Peanut the squirrel? Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in this country that hasn't.
Trump won by 7.
What I thought was ridiculous is that people thought that would tilt the election.
Fayette County is the county.
I don't think enough people care about squirrels for it to make that much of a difference.
So overall, we're seeing a lot of the same trends in that the rurals are doing better, but this partisanship gap of if you were in a blue county, you're voting even more heavily blue, at least in the swing states. And again, I go back to what you brought up in the last segment, talking about Loudoun County. That's a really interesting place because they had 220,000 votes in 2020. That's down to about 212,000. So an 8,000 vote drop, and it looks to have almost come exclusively off of the back of Kamala Harris. And so Donald Trump is performing at his ballot share, actually a little bit above the ballot share that he got in 2020 in a county like that. And then you combine that with Florida, which is just wildly red, and you begin to see how the national
Florida has officially become a red state.
Race, and we saw a lot of this
That used to be a flip state.
where Republicans
Right now, Trump is up in Georgia.
generic ballot and ended up in that place, and then just barely won the House of Representatives. And so, I don't think this election is turning out so far to look much like 2020 or even 2016. It's got a lot of 2022 vibes to it, at least that we're starting to see come in, and that's very strong Republican votes. But it's not showing up evenly across the country. And so I'm really interested to see what other states that aren't like a Florida as they come in. You know, we're sitting here at Georgia in total of about 63% reporting. This margin continues to get closer as the votes are counted. And I think this is going to be a really indicative state as we begin to go through the night. But it feels a whole lot like 2022 right now, where Republicans are performing very strongly, but it's not necessarily netting us yet in the places that we need it to net us vote. It's just increasing our margins in places like Florida and Loudoun County that actually don't matter that much overall.
So, well, let's talk about sort of the question of voting by race. We've seen some exit polls that show that Trump is performing strongly so far in his
Rejoice, Mark Robinson is catching up.
Somebody had cited earlier that suggested that he was doing well with black men in Georgia. Well, what did the turnout look like? Do we know yet in terms of exit polling or any other data?
Is he
what the
really?
turnout looks like racially in a state like Georgia, which is obviously a very heavily demographically black state.
Right now, Fox News is
a
doing
lot of those counties haven't reported yet,
live
especially
polling.
the
They have
rural
like
black
a couple of
counties. So
voters in their audience. We'll go back to them in a minute.
So Coffee County, we can look at some of the census data of what this looks like. I mean, this is 28% black. What's really interesting is that this county actually looks a whole lot, or at least racially, like the state of Georgia. It does over-index on Hispanic and under-index Asian, but it gets the black percentage about right when you're thinking about what the voting population is going to be. And then as we look at the results for Coffee County, it hadn't come in at all. So
Did Warstu win his race?
where there's not a ton of votes. I mean, they're expecting, what, 16,000 votes here for Coffee County as an example, but there's just a lot of holes in the map still. And even when we look at places like Fulton County here, 74% reporting. I mean, this is turning out pretty much like you would project. So this Fulton County is Atlanta, and then goes into Buckhead and a little bit further north into that top part there that you see. And so I would say we're still pretty early in the night. If we're going to say that they're good Republican data points and good Democrat data points, if I had to compare the two, I would say that there are more good Republican data points so far coming in. And they tend to look like it's trending even more so that direction.
You know, we do have a couple of calls from the Associated Press. The Associated Press
Virginia.
Virginia is going to go for Kamala Harris, and they are also suggesting that I believe what was the other state? There's another state they just called for Kamala Harris. Illinois, I believe, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the one that was sort of my outlier. There goes my map. My map was in my dream map.
All right, so she was expected to win Virginia. No big deal.
As well. So what exactly happened in New Hampshire? 'Cause there were some dreams. Some of us had dreams. Those dreams have been dashed of New Hampshire turning red.
Well, again, it's 33% reporting, so we can't really look into it and say what happened. I think it's just if you're looking at states that aren't actually that competitive and have not had hundreds of millions of dollars spent on them, they're kind of performing like you would expect them to perform. Not a lot of money was spent in Florida this go.
I don't even think Trump ever went to New Hampshire.
The Democrat and left-leaning non-affiliated voter turnout there. In a place like New Hampshire, there wasn't much advertising. We did a huge study in 2022 after the election and looked at where large amounts of spendings went compared to.
Was I surprised with Rogan endorsing Trump?
And you saw
Not really. I thought he might at some point, especially after he spoke with him on his show.
Because they had no reason to show up. Like they knew it was going to be a guaranteed victory.
I think once Rogan got an opportunity to talk to him and get to know him, he probably realized, hey, this guy is not bad at all. What's the fucking problem here?
And so it's just giving you what you would expect it to give you in a final result.
Well, Brent Buchanan will check back in shortly. Our election coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism.
All right, we don't want to hear sponsorships. This anxiousness is gonna make me constipated by the way I voted for Trump. All right, Pennsylvania is 15% in, still too close to call. Virginia, yeah, so Virginia went to Harris. I don't know if they called that on Fox yet, but I'm sure they will soon.
It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State.
Trump up 10 in North Carolina? Good.
Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally. Who else is voting in Philly?
Oh, it's Hannity. I can't hear Hannity talk. Let's check on Crowder. Nope, let me refresh. Because I didn't hit that page in a minute. Oh, what's going on with this? Why is it taking so long to load? All right, there we go. Oh, ads. Let me let this go by first. Boom. One more. Rumble always gives you 2 ads. All right, let's see what Crowder's saying.
Rumble Premium is going to be the overall network. Everything on Mug Club is now available to Rumble Premium subscribers.
And tonight is the last night people can get the OG mug because Rumble Premium, we know, is the future. A one-stop shop where people have tip jar fatigue. You know, it's like they want to support creators, but we always envisioned a portal where they can support a multitude of creators and also get something that's of value like ad-free. So we'll be under the same umbrella.
Keep me one of them mugs.
He's got Russell Brand on his show.
I absolutely will. And I will for your wonderful Cuban-American assistance there because I'm telling you, Russell, you're going to have to tell that one to go home because she will work all night. I know. I have Cuban-Americans working back here. They never stop.
I'll just put on a Che Guevara t-shirt and chase her the hell out.
Up in Georgia by 5.
That's like Trudeau's dad.
Bro, maybe you should have an electoral map in the top left corner of the stream. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. I mean, it's not like I do politics on this channel very much. When last time we did an electoral stream 4 years ago, I did it on my other channel. All right, so Crowd is just doing shenanigans right now. All right, let's go see. 9 p.m. All right. They're on commercial, so we'll wait for them to come back. So. Oh. Takes so long. Rob, Mark is at 43. Josh is at 51. Mark's doing way better than when they called it.
Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan, one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt, that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls.
So these are all the states that are finished.
Can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks
Naturally.
40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here.
So Trump's at 178. 92 more to go.
Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving Vice President 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, where 3 electoral
Yeah,
votes.
these are all
So
par for the
see
course
tally on the
states.
screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
Good.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race.
Oh, well, he's up by 5.
Congressman Colin
56%.
Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
Of course.
Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate.
All the Republican incumbents are winning, so that's good.
The Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast, and we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel. And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority vote in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill,
go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Go blue.
All right, so let's see what's going on in Georgia. They're going to analyze that right now.
Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this is really, it's got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? That hasn't really moved, so the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county, okay? The question is the margin. The question is whether or not, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right?
He's winning it.
Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago.
Wow, he flipped it.
Okay, Trump right now flipping that county.
There's only 5% left to count,
Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys, this is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane. All right, this is Trump territory. All right, 61%. 68%.
Yeah, so that area is voting for Trump.
81%.
So that's the point I was making earlier.
This is Montgomery, right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. And he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump.
Oh, shit, that is all red.
Track a little more toward that 8 points. And
he's up by 8 there.
The observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend.
So Ohio's looking good.
In Iowa, if Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there. So
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Brett? Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Yeah. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot.
Oh, shit.
The court said, no, you got to be on the
Robert
ballot.
Kennedy's siphoning votes in Michigan.
5 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan...
It's only 4.4%, but it's only 10% in.
To see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries... First of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the 2 smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario under which there will be a tie.
There ain't gonna be no tie.
Sean, you want to move on? Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would.
Yeah, he's gonna take Ohio. He always does.
Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that. Yes,
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the...
All right, so now it's more waiting. More waiting. Yep, that's all it is. So Kamala Harris got one of her 2 chunky states, which is New York. Now California will go to her in a couple of hours. I think 10 o'clock is when their polls close on the West Coast, 10 or 11. Pennsylvania had a couple of their counties extended till latest 10 o'clock. So 178, 113 as it stands right now. With really
some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time, apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over.
Yeah, I think some other places have called Ohio for Trump already.
I do think after of the debate, she performed so well against Trump.
The question is who's going to be correct, because these are all projections.
Was as substantive an interview as we've seen.
Like somebody mentioned, I think Steve was here earlier. He said that when they called New Jersey, there were still several other channels who not only didn't call New Jersey, but they said it was too close to call. So once again, it looks like Fox was jumping the gun. But again, she's expected to win New Jersey, so.
She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and they didn't.
So cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said, Biden's great, he's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country doesn't need this division.
But the House does the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
Is digging into the.
I'm invested like when I was watching -1 for the first time.
Just trying to keep feeding.
All right, here we go. Some info on PA.
We're asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead. Okay, but this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women, Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing.
All going to go for Kamala.
Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now, that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
That's big. The black vote is no joke right now.
Now project that
Yep.
Donald Trump will win
Donald Trump got Ohio, so
54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously there's 54% of the vote in, but as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on. Really tight. Yeah. Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question.
I don't think he's going to win Virginia.
In Philly and the suburbs of Philly.
In fact, didn't they call Virginia for her on the Daily Wire? I thought they called Virginia for her already. Yeah, no, I know. We were watching Ohio. We were watching Fox. I thought they called Virginia already. We were watching the Daily Wire and they called Virginia for Harris. Yeah, that was, they did. Hold on, let me see here. No, Trump is definitely doing well. He's doing fine right now. He just needs to nail one of those Rust Belt states, and he needs to win North Carolina, which I think he will. I'm trying to find. I could have sworn they called Virginia for Harris already. He's up. God. Oh, are you guys? Didn't somebody call Virginia for Harris already? I could have sworn that happened. Trump is up barely in Virginia. Huh. All right, maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, we'll keep watching.
Resembles yours. I'm not
Yeah, I mean, if he gets Virginia, then that's a very, 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 very good sign for the rest of the evening.
Raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean.
But I'll feel much better once he nails North Carolina. That's the one I want him to get. And Arizona, too. But Arizona, we won't be hearing about that till another 2 hours.
Check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with
Here we go.
tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the
oh, my God.
As we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of that machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that.
Trump's got the early lead in Wisconsin. Very early. It's only 3%.
Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are...
Yeah, North Carolina, Trump's up by 2 with 50% of the vote in. It's very close.
Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden.
Of course.
And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat George
shit.
Craig, and that was a close race for a while.
That's surprising. I thought she was going to lose.
Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's only governor. It's not like a seat, but New Hampshire's usually pretty hardcore. Indiana, okay. More governors. Delaware. Nobody cares. Except the people who live in Delaware. All right. Let's go back over here. Let's see what's going on.
Your family across
Well,
decades.
and enrich your life.
It's the permanent adolescence of
that's right.
the coming generations. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
right.
You know, and Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Serious, dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well, that's a form of king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose, you know, and he forgoes the possibilities of maturity to remain in this childhood fantasy.
The only thing our media
is
telling,
hedonistic.
Our media is telling everybody to keep doing it.
Yeah.
They're telling you you're selfish if you try to live and have a family and experience what you should be doing. And also, I believe your moral duty, which is for those that are religious, to
Voting
to
should
fruitful
strictly
and
be
multiply.
physical, not
But for the sake
electronic.
of
I
humanity,
agree.
If you look at it from
I
a more
was
secular
very
point of view, something-
I was very happy when I went to the voting booth because I live in a different county now than I did 4 years ago. So 4 years ago they had paper ballots in Wake Forest, and now I went to this one, the new spot, but they also had paper ballots. So I was happy about that.
The smiley happiness, but you only have to question them, talk to them for 10, 20 minutes, and the depth of despair underneath that.
Hey,
It's
Chris.
It's like thin ice over a black.
Well, that's why the measurements are out. The measurements
Right,
are terribly
that's
out of whack. It's like if you're going to do.
I would say the only thing surprising me right now is that the race is close. Otherwise, I feel very good about where Trump is. He's performing better than he did, not by a lot, which is why it's close. That's the part that surprises me. But he is getting good numbers where he needs to, which is the black vote, number one. And number two, it's hard to believe this, but in certain areas, he's gaining more votes than he did in 2020, which is insane. And those are independent voters, because Trump's never going to lose his base. So if he's gaining votes, those have to be independent voters. If Trump gets in, do you think he'll stop the war in Middle East? Yeah, I think he will. Oh, hold on. Alert.
The Texas Senator Ted Cruz will have a third term, and he has defeated
as expected.
Former NFL player Colin Allred. There was some movement in this race. It tightened a little bit, and there was some discussion that maybe Ted Cruz might lose his seat, but he has handily.
Do you know how much?
He won by he's winning by 6. He's going to win by more than that.
Money into that race. Colin Allred was a good candidate.
Absolutely, a good debater.
Minus being in Texas, I mean, he was really a really good Democratic candidate. As you look at the balance of power, 47 to 37. Again, West Virginia has already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race.
Trump is projecting the win
in the U.S.
North Carolina.
Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with.
Where'd you hear that at? They haven't said anything on Fox yet. But yeah, if he wins North Carolina, that's good.
Right now, we have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that.
Yeah, I'll be streaming for a little while.
Extremely seriously, but
He's doing fine. It's a lot closer than I thought it'd be, but otherwise he's performing fine. He's leading.
Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville. Of
course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you, Pete?
Once I go like this, we
got okay.
real quick. They're coming to us.
Should we get Pete a drink?
So, I mean, there's still some shenanigans going on, but Pennsylvania, of course, Wisconsin, yeah, machines breaking down and shit like that. Okay, so they called North Carolina for Trump? Good. No, it's okay. No, you're... Let me see what Daily Wire is saying. So...
And we have no idea how angry they are about that.
Okay, they're still talking about culture. So we'll go back to Fox for audio. Well, no, they're talking about shit too. But let me see. Yeah, some places do it faster than others. If Daily Wire called North Carolina, wait, they're saying here that Trump is about to lose North Carolina. Not they didn't say that, but Somebody in chat was like, is Trump about to lose North Carolina? Which tells me they didn't call it yet. Or am I behind on the stream maybe? No, I'm not behind on the stream either. All right. So far, is it going better for Trump at the stage in 2020? Yeah, it seems to be, especially with the black voter. AP hasn't called it? Yeah. Jonathan, you saying Libs of TikTok on Twitter reposted from the Daily Wire? All right. Well, let's see. Let's give it a few more minutes to see if somebody calls it first. All right, Bill Hemmer's talking.
This morning.
I like when Bill Hemmer breaks shit down.
And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy.
All right, we're in Pennsylvania.
With me, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line, and that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this.
They're going to try and project.
Some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. Excuse me. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here.
He's doing good so far.
Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago.
All right, tell me something good, Bill.
Here. All right, I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state. And they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right?
Wow, it's
Trump
close.
Just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here's where you need to look. Right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%.
It's a 4-point dip for Harris.
Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that.
There's 40% left.
The fact that vote is still out, and I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar, and the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good.
Iowa hasn't been called, but there's no reason to believe that Trump won't win it, despite that outlier poll.
He won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here.
Yeah.
And a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? And do
What?
something that's a little ugly.
What?
But for the sake of the
Yeah, sure.
audience at
Whipped cream
home,
and milk.
for our knowledge, too, this
Thank
was
you.
Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000.
So that's another person saying North Carolina's called for Trump.
In the Peach State, so.
It looks like they updated it on Fox, but they haven't said anything because his electoral numbers went up.
I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it. Yeah. And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning, and we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night, and maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill?
Yes.
Broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%.
This is Trump they're talking about.
For him is that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, it's just, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County
he's up too.
was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes.
No, he's down to, but there's 26% of the vote left.
But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call. We'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire.
Okay.
Former President
Night,
Trump
honey. I
came
love you.
Closer than many expected there, but the Vice President did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing, actually, and we saw Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's the former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races. Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs.
I have an enemy
first I would say
pet.
the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7. At this hour, you have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270.
Still have 20 minutes before the next set of polls close.
Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Okay.
I'm going to make a prediction. Go out on a little bit of
That's why if Trump loses, we have to take the compensation victory of taking the Senate to block her.
And I am talking to people that know their states as well as anyone.
All right, Nico.
I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will.
They already did, right?
Will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction,
I think some people are leaning too heavily on the early vote, not understanding that it could very well siphon from same-day voting.
the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
I just can't harp on the early vote that much. Either way, by the end of the day, as long as he wins, I really don't give a shit. All right, let's see what's going on over here.
If the numbers were coming back like that, I would say that I don't know why they would have called North Carolina, but you can look at this as an example and say, okay, I start to see why they went ahead and called North Carolina, despite the fact that it's only 61% reporting right now, because we're talking about 5.8+ million turnout, which is just incredible.
Yeah, so Brent, one of the things that people are pointing out is that it is a very good sign for Trump, not just that North Carolina has been called, but that it's been called so early. Meaning that the patterns in data seem to be benefiting President Trump. The sort of theory of the electorate, which was that a high turnout election was going to benefit inevitably the Democrats, is obviously not true. And you're seeing this reflected in some of the data. I mean, the Needle over at the New York Times, the all-powerful Needle, is now officially leaning Trump, a 67% chance of victory for President Trump, according to the vaunted New York Times Needle. And they are also suggesting that President Trump has a slight up chance of basically, Brent, if you had to speculate at this point, we'll just rank speculation. Kamala Harris needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win this election. Is if you had to ballpark this thing, that is the most likely scenario at this point, is it not?
Yeah, once North Carolina's off of the map, it puts her right into that vaunted, quote, blue wall that in 2020 is what won the election, more so even than Georgia.
He's definitely up there.
Back to winning Michigan, Wisconsin,
Young.
and Pennsylvania. And right now, as we're looking at Pennsylvania, you can see that it's a complete.
I mean, then again, yeah, I would say yes.
And what's fascinating is that we're likely
Bush
to
wasn't
see
all that great.
massive turnout above 2020 for this state also. And so as we compare a place like Pennsylvania to North Carolina, where the increased turnout really benefited Donald Trump, we don't have enough vote in yet in Pennsylvania to say the same thing, but they're both experiencing increased turnout over 2020, but we're seeing slightly different results. I mean, if the theory was simply that more turnout is over 20 is better for Donald Trump, then we could go ahead and call Pennsylvania too. But as you can see on the decision desk HQ,
So there were some questions as to why they called Pennsylvania so early.
Well, Brent, really appreciate it. We'll get back to you very shortly with the latest updates. And thanks to our friends over at both PDSnet and Lumen for their sponsorship of our program here tonight. So, yeah, lots of breaking news. Obviously, Senator Cruz has been declared the victor over there. That means that Republicans have probably a minimum of 52 seats in the United States Senate. It also means that Republicans are doing better than expected so far in the House. So there were serious questions about whether they're going to be able to retain the House majority. So far, it looks like at least a coin.
Do you understand that if they keep the House majority and they take the Senate majority and Trump wins, we're going to be eating so good with legislation, it's not even funny. Let it be. God, let it be.
North Carolina has been called in favor of President Trump.
Okay.
The Georgia votes are still coming in, but at this point, you have to say that President Trump is, in fact, favored in Georgia. Arizona, he was leading pretty heavily in the early balloting anyway, so the chances are very good that he is going to win Arizona as well. That means that Kamala Harris right now has to win in the blue wall states. She needs to win all three of those blue wall states. That'd be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. There's not enough data yet. There's some early Pennsylvania voting data that is coming in. They've got about 2.2 million votes counted there, 2.3 million votes counted there, according to the latest numbers. You're looking at a Kamala with a very slight advantage.
And now we're being joined by our friend, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, nice to have you on the program.
Okay, let's switch back over. All right, let's see what's happening here.
The Arab American community,
We will be so back, baby, if we take the presidency, the House, and the Senate. Except for California, it's Mad Max land over here.
in some cases, we've talked to
I wish one day that regardless of who wins, that people benefit from either one. Well, that's the thing. Like, if Trump wins, the people who hate him will still benefit. They're certainly going to have more money in their pockets. This is why I never understand why people vote with their heart instead of voting with their head.
The Republican candidate spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, great.
Brady, thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they still may make T-shirts. But
I'm not only saying North Carolina, I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay. Bill Hemmer.
They still haven't called North Carolina.
I tell you what, Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County, up to 47% African-American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to like.
That's why they called it.
And think about, well,
It's not trending in her direction.
You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County. It's the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan. All right, but that was the difference in 2016 for Trump.
She's trending. She's trending to underperform Biden, and if she continues that trend throughout the night, he's going to win.
Very similar, blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is. I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
If you want to see how this is shaping up, I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congrerman for the state of Wisconsin.
I'm being biased,
When he ran for Congress,
but always choose lesser of the two evils when you can. I'm a libtard, so.
It all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength. And
Yeah, Trump has the overall lead.
And we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right? Just so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes.
So Biden barely won Wisconsin 4 years ago, and she's underperforming him there so far. So bodes well, but there's only 31% in.
Interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. We got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin.
I feel almost 100% certain that whatever little bit of votes that Robert Kennedy is going to take, it's going to come away from Kamala.
This is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2
Because Trump voters are not going to vote for Kennedy. And smart independent voters will not vote for someone who's doesn't have a leg in the race.
Half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay, so he's overperforming now in Kenosha.
That's Trump overperforming. That's a good thing.
Call it out, guys, if you like.
County?
Sorry?
Waswaki, is that what it's called? Just north of...
So right now, everything's trending for him to win. And in fact, the New York Times said that they've given him a 69% chance to win right now, as it stands.
Milwaukee's one of them. Sorry.
But we always got to watch out for shenanigans.
Washington, and then you get into over in the lake is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing.
At what percent would you call it?
3.5. All right.
What do you mean, what percent?
Okay, so a little bit.
I think the way it works is they project them to win the state if they maintain a lead throughout the voting process. Like if it doesn't fluctuate too much, or if they maintain a lead as they count, then they usually by that point
in
they
Washington
can
County. Then we'll move over here. This is the
they
most
can project
popular
that they're just going to win the state. Like it keeps trending with little to no change with one of the candidates leading.
From 4 years ago. Okay, all right. So he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The wow counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So
right now, basically what they're saying is that Trump is slightly outperforming his 2020, and Harris overall is underperforming Biden. Should spell a victory, but we'll see what happens.
Is going to probably tell the story.
Looking like Trump is going to win the popular vote, big margins in Texas and Florida, and the overperforming in Virginia, Maine, North Carolina. Well, he's not overperforming North Carolina. He should win North Carolina.
Coverage kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
So 5 more minutes, and we get the other polls closing. I think the West Coast ones, at which point. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Nothing's, let me see. What do we got? I'll let you guys listen to a little bit of Tim Pool while I go to the bathroom.
It takes 11 days to count votes. Stuff like that. It's like I don't like the noises they're making.
Florida's counted 100% of the votes. Okay, they did it 2 hours and 41 minutes after the polls closed. That's it. That is something that you can do. Like all of the states could do that, and there's actually nothing preventing that except for the lack of will.
That's right.
So the states themselves do not want to have the polls or to have their voter rolls taken care of that cleanly. It is because of a lack of will and a lack
There's a few things at play here, though. For example, in Pennsylvania, they choose not to open any of the mail-in ballots before Election Day.
But that's
and
a
that's one of the
choice.
things.
That's ridiculous. These are. But the point that I'm making is these are choices. The fact that it takes this long is a result of decisions, not inability. Not a preventive. Not something preventing it. It is active decisions by the people that are actually counting the votes. And if they wanted to do this, they could do what Florida does.
Take a look at this story from Newsweek from 2 days ago. Donald Trump's support from black voters plunges, new poll shows. Man, and then read this one. Trump more than doubles black support in Wisconsin, according to NBC exit poll.
Wow.
Wisconsin is not a general national poll, but it is fascinating how I'm seeing people tweet that Trump's black voters have shifted towards Trump. He's overperforming among black voters, and everybody was saying it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. Did Florida fix the decision desk? Still has not fixed their busted data.
There was a BLM leader who voted for Trump.
It's so interesting to see how hard Trump has been vying for the black vote.
All right. Bernie's going to win. Bernie already won. He won his Senate seat. So. Yeah. I mean, the popular vote is not that important. It's, he's up in Georgia and he's up in North Carolina. So he's still leading. They're going to call those two eventually.
Election night unfolding before our eyes. We've got a lot happening as you take a look at the big board on the scorecard. Right now, the electoral vote count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice
But it's the midnight hour we have to keep an eye out for. I don't know if I'll be here at midnight. I might end the stream before that, but.
And North Carolina to fill in. But there's a lot of discussion about that outstanding vote and whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to...
In 2020,
Yeah. All right. So let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown. And what's going on there? Hi, Jeff.
We'll be there in a little bit right when it starts, but right now we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive...
Oh, this is a big Senate race.
This is the Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are...
If he wins Georgia or North Carolina, how many more electoral points will he need? Not many. He'll be close. He's going to need to win one of the blue wall states. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or what was the other one? Minnesota?
Ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much.
Or Michigan.
For these calls.
Yeah, Michigan. Actually, 4.
At basically a scenario.
Or did no? I think Kamala won Michigan already.
In the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon. We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the...
God, they make it so dramatic. Just show the fucking numbers. What does CNN map? Who cares? I don't watch CNN. I predict to do your mom Kanye bro pulled the most dry joke. All right, here we go. Let's see the updates.
Going very quickly. It is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes to his
He's
column.
at 205.
He'll also win Montana's presidential election.
And he took Montana. So he's at 205 right now, yeah.
Ad lib. Oh.
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight.
Jack can finally return to its natural state. Voting booth in Cali. Go Trump.
Too early to call to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican
Yeah, I hope Brown wins that one.
Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will
Nice,
move
nice.
to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia's going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but Right now, she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way. And Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura,
yeah, that's what scares me because it's not midnight yet. Wait till we all go to bed. Let's see what happens in the morning.
There you see the 50% to 48.3. 61%.
He's up by 2 in Virginia with 61% of the vote in.
Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers.
If he wins Virginia, it's essentially over.
Really something to watch. Trump is outperforming.
Imagine Trump wins Cali. Nah, that'll never happen. Last person to win Cali was Ronald Reagan.
Education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him.
It'd be nice though.
Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question, actually, for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County, in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County.
But you know what? It's important that you voted for him, even if he's not going to win the state. It does matter.
And Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County, and if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this. A couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living. And I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the dullest.
I would love for one of these states to just go to Trump. That would seal the deal. Just so we could all rest easy tonight. Because I'm telling you, man, I know when I lay down for bed, I'm going to be thinking about all the bullshit that might be going on. And if I wake up and Trump's like at 268 and he's projected to lose, oh my God, I'm going to flip my desk.
Youngkin won his very close race, all about education really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and then we're, can't call it obviously yet. If it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
or even close, Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet, nor Georgia.
But I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand.
Harold, do we know what's outstanding in Virginia?
Let's just talk to Bill Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day. With Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now, with 98% of the vote reporting, than he did in 2020. So
that's good news.
That's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state.
By 4 points.
Did you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they...
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So there's still some vote out there, some still vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up, 4 points. 4 points. Yeah, right? Almost 5. 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties, okay? This is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there. 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied, so maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County.
There are Republicans, though.
They love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida, and they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin,
Trump's up by just under 2 points there.
Let's start there. It is number one. Come on. Let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here, this is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 this 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County.
Butler. Yeah, he's up big there.
On July 13th?
Yeah, that's when he got shot.
94% coming in.
Yeah.
Just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler
in 2020?
Before the
assassination.
Right? This past year. It was almost
oh my God, identical
number, okay? Up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now,
that's crazy.
Let me bring our prime folks in.
It's like exactly the same.
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump may be outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. But he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout.
Wow.
Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this
wow,
point.
That went up 10% from like an hour ago.
Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, It's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
Nobody missed that.
So what is, how much has voting changed, I guess?
Oh my God, Wisconsin is a dead tie with 44% of the vote in.
It's so interesting you ask that question because everything's kind
Michigan's is dead heat.
Republicans went in today.
It's only
with a
18%.
lead that had never happened.
I thought she had won that one already,
And
but
it
I
put
was
the
wrong.
Democrats in a position,
North Carolina, he's up
where
by
they had to
6.
accomplish something they
Yeah, he's
never
definitely going to win North
accomplished
Carolina.
before, and
I
that
don't know
is
why.
to
I mean,
get
I know why
same-day
Fox didn't
voters
call it
at
yet, but
numbers
everybody
that
else
they've
called it.
never gotten before.
Georgia, he's up by
And
4
this is where
still.
we now
He's
find
trending
if
to
I
win
am
that.
correct in my
82% in.
belief, and my sources are right,
He's up by
North
over
Carolina,
200,000 votes in
almost
Georgia.
100% certain will be
So he's
Donald
probably
Trump.
going to win
And
Georgia.
Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point. I
Well,
think
to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Already with the days
there were
shit.
2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half.
I know.
So,
It's
and that wasn't even an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt.
What states does Trump need
if
now
I'm
in order
right
to
and
win?
North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the
Well,
information.
he needs at least one of the
McCormick's
blue wall
numbers
states.
guy just wrote me, Dave McCormick running for Senate.
Unless
in
he pulls out
Pennsylvania.
New Mexico by some crazy shit.
Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania.
Nevada's also a tight race.
He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody
Yeah,
was
I
bragging this
mean,
morning about how well turnout
I wish I
was.
could say that so confidently, but again,
South Philly is
shenanigans.
Italian. That's Pat's Chinos. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they
If he wins
came out
Virginia,
big
he
for
won't
Donald
need
Trump, and
PA.
that might
Yep,
have been
that's true too.
An explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look
We'll
at
see though.
Pennsylvania
Virginia's
broadly, they
pretty
banked
tight.
so much
I
in the
think he's
early
up by
vote,
2
which they've
there,
never
but
done before.
it's not over yet.
They don't think Kamala has
I hear if
enough
Trump wins
right
Pennsylvania,
now
he
in Philly
basically
and
has.
Pittsburgh
Well, yeah,
to
if he wins
just
Pennsylvania,
overcome
but
Trump's red
like Mike
county.
said, if he wins Virginia before that, it's probably over.
Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to
That's where the
win.
evening began.
And
I hope he does win Virginia. And I bet you, I tell you one thing, if he wins Virginia, I bet you by some miracle Pennsylvania finishes their voting count by midnight, before midnight. Watch. Oh yeah, we were better this year, even though they were warning it was going to take a couple of days.
Her path narrowing as we get more into the night.
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshot.
It should be it.
Yeah, it's looking good, but I don't know, man. Until I still want him to win that one state he needs to win before I'm ready to throw a party.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee.
Yeah,
point that
thank
we
you,
were
Chris.
talking about during the break.
I'm the same way.
I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
What's it? Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Nationwide, he's winning 23% of the black vote.
And that has to be
That's fucking crazy.
Defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I watch Fox during the election because I really like the way Bill Hemmer breaks down like the states and the counties. That's why I haven't really switched very much. He does such a good job with this.
I do believe, okay. So, I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna, this is Scranton, okay, so she's got an edge, go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
This, okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out, all right? So you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number, so she's about...
She's more than 2 points behind his pace.
2.5
With
points.
that's that county though.
What Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago.
He's trending higher everywhere.
Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote.
Only 36% though.
4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, half a point. And not
He's got a half-point lead in Wisconsin.
Sorry. Come on back here. Not for nothing, but Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin.
And he's siphoning them from Kamala.
And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura.
Fucking RFK has 8,000, almost 9,000 votes in Wisconsin. That's insane.
There's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what it actually is.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking
Well,
at
I was just wondering how come you're not streamed this on your Rob Talks channel? Is it because you know most people would be over here? Yeah, and that's just because I haven't touched that channel in so long.
Yeah, the needle, right.
No.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States.
All right, Sean, relax.
If these predictions end up being true, I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person
I mean, he's not
that
wrong.
challenged her in any reason.
Rob talks here too, yeah.
Is sitting right here at this table, and that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
The decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Crack open a beer for Trump. Not yet. Too soon.
I just punching up through Iowa.
Yeah, I know. Sean Hannity
I was
just.
talking about the poll, right? The Des Moines Register.
Iowa, he's up by 7. Almost 8. 40% in, though.
Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay.
He already won Ohio,
8
so.
points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana,
Yeah, he's.
even if we
It
don't,
look
we're not
like
there yet.
trending wise, he's pulling away from
We're not
her.
calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th.
And you know the feminists are going to hate him more because if he wins this election, that's 2 women he beat.
He's radioactive.
He grabbed them by the pussy for real.
They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
Yeah, I watched the Godzilla show. It was pretty good. I was kind of expecting Ghidorah to kind of turn into bigger Ghidorah like he did in GMK, but no, they kept him with the little like gimp version of him.
There's a trick you can always play with these things when Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him, and in spite of that, he puts together this.
Oh yeah, she's back up by 1 on Virginia, less than 1 actually. She's only up by 0.6.
It is because of what
But
they did to
it's
him.
only 67% in, so.
It's not just in spite of it. Like he's a tough guy and he's
That's a great point.
energetic, but it could be because of that.
Overdone.
Well, and also,
Overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
Like, the Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
The people that we
If
came
Trump
from,
secures North Carolina,
that we have
Georgia,
seen in
PA,
25
and
years,
Wisconsin,
maybe
is that an
longer. So
automatic
from
win?
the border to the economy,
Well,
to
he
foreign
doesn't even
policy
need
and
Wisconsin if he
peace.
wins PA and vice
That
versa.
resonated with
He
young
only
people,
needs
with
one of the
men, with
one
this-
of the
this new
blue wall
demographic
states.
coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback. I
See, but
believe,
all this
in
talk makes me
history,
nervous because
man was
this is
counted
how it
out
was in
and called every
2020,
name in the book. They wanted to put him in
and
jail
once the
tonight.
midnight hour came, it all changed, and that's why I'm gonna at least stream till midnight because I want to see if any shenanigans happen. Because if it does, oh my God, grab all your shit and go hide because it's gonna be a fucking war tomorrow. Watch.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House. But that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine
What's up, James?
how's their posture.
She probably
gonna
was.
be towards a
Shrooms.
seemingly
She probably
very
was.
popular president,
Because she's like in her
who's
60s
had
and
the
she looks
greatest
good
upset victory,
for someone in her
followed by the most
60s.
controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
All right, guys, stop talking like he's gonna win. Holy shit.
This conversation several hours
You said if. But listen.
Yes, thank you, Martha.
7, 8, and 9.
What am I?
Avengers.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you, guys.
Yeah, they're feeling too good right now. I don't remember that. I have to rewatch that stream.
The vote count is underway. More results
Which
coming
stream?
in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
All right, let's see what they're saying over at the Daily Wire. Oh, they got a commercial going on.
And then you wonder why swing states are no longer swing states and they switch back and forth. All right. Is Bongino still on the line?
Yes,
Is
he is.
Bill
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like they're jinxing it.
Or are we going to him? It looks like he's still with the guest. Let's pot it up real quick just to check.
So hindered, and he's going to be so handicapped.
Yeah, it looks like
if
he's
the
gonna
Democrats
get
do
stuck.
take the House.
As a boy band guy.
Praying if you're able to do that and have an effective
Yeah, they're still having a
government that works for
conversation.
the people.
Oh, it's the Tulsi Gabbard TikTok lookalike.
Do we want to stay with him?
Well, if he wants to come on, you can just let me know when he wants to come on.
All right.
And I believe that we. Oh, you know what?
All right, let's. I like Crowder, but sometimes he just gets off course.
Jeff, the President Trump's margin of victory will be 1.5 in Wisconsin, 2.0 in Pennsylvania, 2.0 in Nevada, 2.3 in Michigan, 2.6 in Georgia, 3.2 in North Carolina, and 4.1 in Arizona. Those are all big numbers for President Trump. It continues to the numbers continue to move in one direction and one direction only. So we are going to continue to obviously watch these numbers as they come in. One of the funny things about the way that X works, by the way, is because X is no longer chronological, you have to check the timestamp on every single tweet. So it's something like Kamala Harris's people are feeling good, and you check the timestamp, it's 6 hours ago. Like, they're not feeling so good at this particular moment.
Can we go back to a question Dennis asked was an interesting one. Who are they going to blame if they lose? And you were saying, Ben, that they're going to blame the American people.
Yes.
Which I think is mostly right, but specifically they're going to blame men. I mean, that's what it's going to be. They are going to blame men. And when you think about...
Yeah, this is a man versus woman election for sure.
So we knew that was done, but that's done. Okay, go ahead.
Who
Sorry.
called it for Trump?
Decision desk. It's called, Georgia's been called for
Or I
Trump.
should
You've got
say
North
men
Carolina,
versus
you've got
feminists,
Georgia.
because
You've
there's
got to take
obviously
Arizona.
women
Once
who
again, just
support
reiterate,
men and
comes down
vote
to
for
the blue wall
Trump,
states,
like my
and Trump
wife.
currently has momentum in all 3 blue wall states. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Just got to give the data.
Don't interrupt with presidential election stuff.
That's the projection right now, and it's like I said, to me, because if he wins all 3 blue wall states, it's a blowout. And I said earlier this evening, you guys here, I said, to me, it should be a blowout. So it just might be a blowout that's a slow burn to get there. But we'll see. We still have time, and shenanigans. Like I said, I've been saying it all night. Shenanigans. You got to watch out for that.
This is the men did this. The men's fault, and it's going to be kind of like the early 2020s, BLM, blame Whitey, except targeted at men, black men included.
Right, but probably large. They will still attack white men in particular.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely, of course.
MO.
White men in particular, yeah.
Actually, I don't think that that's right. I think they're going to attack black men in particular.
Really?
Because, because
Obama did.
Yes, because I think that there was no expectation. White men are already evil.
Yeah.
Their expectation was that black men were going to get them over the finish line if they just nagged at them enough. and when people feel betrayed by a population, they tend to be much angrier at that population than when they had no expectations. They already knew that the white men are the bad guys. If black men show up 25% for Trump across the country, they're going to lose their ever-loving minds. And here's the thing. They are banking on the idea that women are inevitably just going to continue hating men at the rate that they want them to hate men. I mean, really, that's going to be their program. Their program is if we just yell at men more, and women really, really are afraid of men, and they're scared of men, and all this kind of... But there is this natural thing that happens with men and women. I don't mean to explain the birds and the bees on the air, but it turns out...
How would you rank the Godzilla suitmation short?
...like men, and actually would like to, sometimes get married to them, and then maybe...
I think I like the Geigen Rex one
and all the
better.
rest of that sort of stuff. And so I don't know how much Prozac you can dispense out there. I mean, I understand that, like, a huge number right now of...
Oh, suitmation, sorry. Got confused.
But there's going to come a point where you're like, hey, maybe this isn't the way we ought to go.
I got to look at the other ones again to be sure.
Forming a normal human relationship with a person as opposed to being so woke online that all of my fulfillment comes from wearing a pussy hat at a march or something.
Well, I was going to say, I think part of what you have happening with young women is there is an actual desire for male leadership, and they're not seeing it. So to me, maybe part of the silver lining that could come out of this is if at least the GOP learns that, hey, there may be something beneficial in not solely targeting our political messaging to wine moms. Maybe if we can actually turn out the male vote, men will step up and take some more ownership for where we're headed politically in this nation, instead of deferring to, let's say, Eve.
Okay, by the way,
not to put too fine a point on it, I think that's a very good point, actually.
by the way, looking at how the various Democratic Senate candidates are performing vis-a-vis Kamala Harris, they are all outperforming her by leaps and bounds. That is true in Arizona, where currently Ruben Gallego is outperforming Kamala Harris by almost 8 points. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown is outperforming her by 7.
Oh, shit.
Texas.
Wait, he's outperforming by 7 and losing? This is why I keep asking about. Really?
Yes. Because that's a Trump plus 10 state. That's yes, Moreno's going to win that state by probably 2 to 3.
Daily Wire has Trump with 242 electoral votes.
Outperformed her in Texas by.
Oh, that's right. I forget. Fox didn't give North Carolina to Trump yet.
She is a weak candidate. She was always a weak candidate. If Democrats were going to swap her out, then they should have actually swapped her out for somebody who isn't awful at her job. How many times? The utter insane confidence that Democrats had to take a person who has failed every time she's put on the national stage and be like, her.
Yeah.
That's the one. On the basis of intersectional characteristics, that is the stupidest thing. Like, just you go back in your mind for a moment to just before they'd swapped out Kamala. And they were talking about getting rid of Biden.
Oh, nobody cares about Pence anymore.
He ain't got a working brain or anything.
I can't get over how Ben Shapiro sounds like
And there was a bunch of talk
Man
about,
Dark
well,
from
maybe it'll
Dexter's
be,
Laboratory.
Gavin Newsom, or maybe they'll try J.B. Pritzker, or maybe they'll get Josh Shapiro, or maybe it'll be somebody who's good at this. And they're like, no, it must be Kamala. And at the time, everybody was like, her. I mean, it was Arrested Development. It was, her? Really? And as it turns out, her is the proper response to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris 1.0, giant fail as a presidential candidate. Kamala Harris 2.0 as vice president, giant fail. And it appears, again, don't want to speak too early, if this continues, Kamala Harris 3.0, giantest fail in the history of presidential fails.
I was talking to a friend of mine who does not work in politics. And I said, I don't know. I'm actually starting to feel pretty good about this because I think that maybe Trump could pull it out. And he looked at me because he's normal, unlike us.
Yeah.
He says, oh, hold on. Wait, Michael, you're telling me that this super unpopular lady that nobody likes, that never got any votes, that got thrown in at the last minute, who says all the things that people don't want to hear, she's going to lose to the really famous popular guy? You don't say so. And at the time I said, hey,
that was my argument earlier today. I mean, not word for word what he said, but my sentiment was exactly the same. How would it be possible for him to lose to someone like her who hardly anybody knows anything about? She's never won a vote. The one time she ran for president, she left before she left. She dropped out and never won even 1% of the primary vote. And she's going to come out of nowhere and beat Trump. Again, I know we got to wait till the final results, but it didn't compute in my brain. You know what I mean? Like, that's why the shenanigans scare me more than anything, because it would take shenanigans for her to win. You know what I mean? All right, let's see what's going on here on Fox.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're seeing right now is that Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. The suburban wave for Harris did not materialize.
Dems knew they weren't going to win this year, so they threw out their weakest candidate. Oh, I don't know about that. Dems always want to win. That's not exactly accurate. I think they relied on her color and the fact that she was a woman. They overplayed that hand. They need to just pick people on merit. If you keep picking people based on their race and based on their gender, what kind of results could you expect?
The working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights
ago. That's a very good point, Yango.
Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%.
Wow.
He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question.
He picked up 3 points in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. That's huge.
I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania.
Ben Shapiro thinks he's going to win all 3.
That is,
and that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I was thinking he was going to reach 312, and he if it keeps trending this way, he just might reach 312.
Early on, questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner.
Michigan is, she's up by 0.1 point with 23% in. That's crazy. That's so fucking.
About those issues.
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency, probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins.
He's up by 3 in Georgia with 88% of the vote in. North Carolina, he's up by 2 with 84. And although everybody else has called North Carolina for him.
2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disaster.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural
So much for that outlier poll that had Harris up by 10. Oh my God, the fucking the left must be fucking crying right now because they thought they were going to win that state.
Oh, name it. The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it.
Godzilla Festival. I remember the Hedora one.
Anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Gigantic Tax Forth was Operation Jet Jaguar, and then
being forecast to be what the
also
West may look like,
I would say
because of a gender gap or whatever. She was.
I think I like the Jet Jaguar one the most.
We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us when we saw that answer because she has the reason is she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things.
Well, her reputation's worth a shit now.
The Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
Yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively?
You know what if he wins, if this trend continues and he pulls it out, you know what's the thing I'm looking forward to the most? The tears. Oh God, I hope I get to drink some tears tomorrow. And guess what I have coming in the mail in a couple of days? My Daily Wire Leftist Tears tumbler. That's right. I should have actually gotten it like 2 years ago, but I never claimed it.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill,
I wish I would have done it earlier. I would have had it for tonight.
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run-up.
All right, Georgia, here we go.
Okay, this is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. And the question is, where is the vote? And what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox
Ooh,
Insight
Harris
tell us
picked
that
up.
Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point...
Oh, this is why I like watching Bill Hemmer. He's on his shit.
Throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County.
Harris picked up, but then that's the Fulton County area, so she should be winning that. But the point is that she's actually outperforming Biden now.
I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again, but you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia, then I'll hit Pennsylvania, all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number 1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing half a point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we'll keep a track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at,
Tight
Charlie?
squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So
It's going on nuts.
Actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C., counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think
Rob, I had a hunch you were on, but YouTube never tells me when you're on anymore.
Harris to spend some time and money there, and that's happened. But it was ground zero for the
Yeah, YouTube's funny like that. I think it's over with. Oh, it's not over yet.
Say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go
Onto Twitter, all they want is reparations.
Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years with the exception of 2016. They went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought
he's trending a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania,
states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North
which is good, but he still needs to secure Michigan. North Carolina.
Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics.
I like Kellyanne. If I had to choose between the two, I would choose Kellyanne.
We're going to get African Americans to talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote.
He's got a lead in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Young voters.
and he's down by 1.5 in Virginia, but he doesn't need Virginia if he wins those other states. It'd just be a nice, like, cherry on top.
And then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now in where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience?
Oh, Arizona is tight. He's up by 0.2% with 50% of the voting. Wow, that is tight.
So the blue wall remains what we have.
She has one big path. Yeah, he's got a few paths, but you got to get one of those.
Is that true, Bill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I don't want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way, so just. It's going to take me a while to get there, okay? So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's good.
Oh, my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow. Okay, Maine,
Nebraska,
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so.
She got to win a lot. Holy shit.
Because we got to go a ways.
But she's going to win Maine.
Like another half hour, an hour or so. We'll fill in a few more.
Well,
if you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go
Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement.
Yeah, Arizona's tight.
Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night.
0.2.
Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County.
And it's light blue.
She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is
she's outperforming Biden though.
In Arizona.
But
so
Trump is outperforming himself.
All right, but Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still
this is crazy.
half of the vote out. And
this is probably going to be the tightest landslide you'll ever see, where every county was close, and he edges her in like every county in every state that they're competing in. So he gets a large electoral vote, but only by a small margin.
14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to
14.5 point victory in Iowa and climbing.
And get a look because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis, Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay? It is
tied.
A heat, split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump.
Trump improved.
That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kelly was just talking about this a moment ago.
It's all the podcast. I told you earlier tonight, remember? Somebody mentioned in chat the young vote, all voting libs. And I said, that's not true this time. She's only up by 8. Biden was up by 23. Oh my God, did he cut into that number?
Of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender.
That's Hispanic voters. He's gained 5 points.
This also telling a story.
Hispanic men. Oh, it's Hispanic women.
Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women.
10 point.
There comes with Hispanic
men.
Look at this story.
45%.
6 points with Hispanic men, Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting
She is insanely underperforming with minorities.
and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you. Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
Trump won the online vote. That's why.
We've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Brett. It's a very seismic
Which means that if it comes down, as we now, I think, have agreed at this desk, that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory, are in very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are.
MAGA, take back America. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves, though, Tyler.
I think the odds are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves.
You know what this also shows? And she's making a good point. I kind of want to echo that.
President Trump.
This also shows that their whole plan to bring in immigrants to gain voters is not working. It's actually working against them. I mean, when you think about the amount of immigrants that have come into this country since Biden took office, and he has cut into that Hispanic vote by such a large margin. And this is the same guy who's talking about deporting many of them. I have a feeling Democrats will close the border next chance they get. If after Trump, they'll probably keep it closed. They'll probably be like, all right, new strategy, this shit ain't working.
Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this.
Yeah, so you need to rethink about bringing illegal immigrants into the country.
Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was,
All right,
even up to early this
all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special
4 more minutes for the next update, hourly update or whatever. All right, let's see what. Well, if we go by Shapiro, then Trump should have won by now.
We should have gone into Afghanistan and delivered punishment, but he set out to transform the Middle East into democratic.
They called Virginia for Harris, though.
Also, Iraq.
They did call Virginia for Harris.
It is easy to do the hindsight is 2020 thing. The only point that I would
did anyone here oppose Iraq at the time?
I did, but I was 13.
They haven't called Jersey.
But in what way did that make the world safer? What way did that help America?
Again, that's not my point. Okay, so
not the world safer. How did it make America
safer? The reality.
I mean, look what they have. I'll show you guys.
Bizarre about the sort of populist versus non-populist break. So you're defining it as Reagan versus Ford,
Reagan versus Bush,
or Reagan versus Bush. Okay, the problem with that particular definition is that
they got Trump at 242.
Was a peace through strength guy. Okay, which means that Donald Trump is a peace through strength guy, which is a traditional Republican principle.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when it comes to things like, say, traditional values, Ronald Reagan was a less moderate version on things like same-sex marriage. On all those policies, George H.W. Bush was to the left. So again, I think one of the things that we have to point out is that there is a hard distinction between I think it's easy to do this kind of what I think is a mistake. I think it's a category error to simply suggest that he is a policy.
I know there's certain places that are calling states and certain places that aren't. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that he's winning Jersey. What I'm saying is they just haven't called
that
it.
I agree with, because
which I find
the
weird.
argument that Ronald Reagan was making, as you say, was Make America Great. It was a restoration after a terrible period in American history. And that is what Donald Trump was as well. And so the real break, I don't think.
Yeah, their map is completely red. It'll change. She'll win
Donald
Maine.
Trump and Mitt Romney.
She'll win Hawaii. He'll win Alaska.
That seemed to believe that we could simply sort of absorb the blows from the left, and then be nice to them, and then every 4 years kind of absorb more blows from the left, and then be nice to them. Versus somebody who came out, both middle fingers in the air, and said, like, come get me.
So hold on a minute. Every president has a different job to do, is faced with a different job. Ronald Reagan was faced with the Cold War and turning an America that had become soft on communism and soft on the...
Well, they called Virginia for her.
Back into a nation that was willing to fight for itself and fight for the things that it stood for. That was his job. That was not Donald Trump's job. It was his job to do that with the press. And he was right. They were the enemy of within. He was right. They were the enemy of the
I like
people.
the fourth and the guy getting attacked since
it will be largely
he had since Wasaka built a show a guy again suit to
previous camps of conservatism. Never mind other presidents, but to other different factions within the conservative movement, is that what really differentiates him from all these guys is that he's fundamentally less ideological.
You'll see her number catapult up when they finish those West Coast states.
Which means that there's
California,
a philosophy
Washington,
contrasts to these other
Oregon.
philosophies that you guys are talking about. And in fact, that might be exactly what you're all talking about in some ways, in that some of these guys, the Romneys of the world, seem to have felt that their correct ideas were enough to win them power.
I agree with that. So
when in fact,
if you're to make, so the people have done the
Georgia, he's still up by 3 with 91% in. Arizona, dead heat. He's still up by 0.2.
Where it says that he was a good
Half the
man,
votes are in, 50%.
Right, and so there's a big debate over, like, what does that mean? That he's a good man in his time? Some commentary suggests good man in his time means, well, he's even better because he's in a bad time. And then most commentaries
All
say
right, we got
it
the
means that
next poll close update.
And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Wow.
Thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye.
These motherfuckers are getting ready to celebrate tonight. Somebody knows something that we don't.
Right now, you know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
And as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first, and then we'll get right to you guys. Wow,
All
time
right.
is going so fast.
It's going fast. It's not going fast enough. I want this shit to be over already.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News
Of course, they give California. See, she gets it right away.
Harris will win. California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon.
Yeah, see, I told you.
More votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly.
You know what it is? I think Fox News is being tentative about calling states too early because of what happened with Arizona. I think that's why they haven't called anything yet. They want to be like 100% sure.
Expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at in Wisconsin.
What if they do try any shenanigans, but it doesn't work out for them favor this time? Yeah, exactly what Mike said, then it doesn't work out. That's why they've been pushing people to go out and vote, because you want to overpower the shenanigans with turnout, I should say.
California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarl.
All right, I want to go back to the Daily Wire because I want to. What are they seeing that Fox isn't?
Always, there was also, again, this is not to say that it was the right decision. In retrospect, everyone understands it was the wrong decision. But at the time, those were not.
It had been U.S. policy for 10 years.
It was also the policy of, by the way, most of Europe. Right? And it also happened to be that if you look at a map, Iraq is on one side of Iran and Afghanistan is on the other side of Iran. And the idea was that this, along with Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, was going to provide a bulwark against the Iranians. And by the way, the counter proposal, which was Barack Obama's proposal, which was relieve all pressure on Iran, has led to a giant Middle Eastern conflagration. So put all that aside. Bernie Moreno just won Ohio. So Bernie Moreno has officially won Ohio.
Okay.
So
what is the latest? Can we talk about?
So right now they're saying the most likely state to flip. This is again according to New York Times, is Michigan. It just said Pennsylvania, and they've updated it, so it's going between Pennsylvania and Michigan. But right now the estimate from the Times is Trump 300, Harris 238. This is now well into the likely Trump category.
We are at 70% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump currently has about a 160,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. We have 61% of the estimated vote total reported in Wisconsin. Donald Trump currently has a slim 50,000 vote lead or so in that arena. In Michigan, about 29% of the vote has been counted. President Trump has currently about a 70,000 vote lead in that arena. So again, Donald Trump is looking quite good right now. By the way, I just want to say the reason.
So they're estimating 300 electoral votes for Trump. I said 312.
More specific about our definitions. If what you're saying is we should continue punching the left in the face, I totally agree. If what you're saying is that what we need to do is abandon the right wing on abortion or abandon the right wing on gay marriage.
Yeah, that's what they have. 246 to 162. Yeah, I think Fox News is suffering from once bitten, twice shy. You know what I mean? Like the whole Arizona thing that happened 4 years ago. Because it looks like everybody else is on the same page in terms of the electoral vote, which is 246 to 162. So yeah, pretty crazy. Because I mean, think about it. Fox came in and called those three states on the West Coast like right out the gate, which she's gonna win them. But, I mean, they didn't even put up, like, a count number. They just say, yeah, she won. It's, like, automatic. They don't even... Where they haven't. It's... Yeah.
Here's what I mean. Pennsylvania has an incredibly popular Democratic governor who is Jewish. Kamala Harris, instead of choosing a governor who almost certainly would have carried the state that she has to have in order to achieve victory, didn't choose him. Only because of the war happening in the Middle East.
Because she's anti-Semitic.
In this campaign?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
I think the answer.
That was a setup if ever I heard it.
Yeah, I mean.
Hi guys.
Hey.
Hey, Cassie, I just asked you an amazing question, but Ben answered it. So now I'm going to ask you a different question, which is, what is... It's a vibe election. What is the vibe at McCormick HQ right now?
The vibe is really good right now. We have the band coming out to play. Every time Pennsylvania is on the television, the whole crowd goes bananas. There's an open bar here. People are having a really good time. The turnout is looking really, really good right now. The only thing I want to caution is that Dave McCormick has 80,000 fewer votes than Donald Trump right now, which is a little odd. But they're still feeling good. They just came out to the stage and said they're feeling good. They said they're going to give us another update at 11:30.
Can I actually say that even the fact that McCormick is trailing Donald Trump in Pennsylvania,
we probably won't know till sometime tomorrow,
reinforces the idea that Israel's war may cost Kamala the election because it is largely secular Jews.
Hey Rob, I saw at one point Oregon was leaning red. I'm not sure what it currently is showing, but do you think? Well, I don't know. I doubt it because Fox already gave Oregon to Kamala Harris, but nobody else has. But I don't think it'll go red. I think when people say leaning red is that he might have gained voters there. Not enough voters to win the state, but enough voters to kind of say, because Oregon was fucked the last 4 years, especially during COVID and all the rioting that took place there and all the fucking BLM shit. And remember Chaz, Chop, all that shit? Yeah, people remember that. So it doesn't mean he's going to win the state, but he might have narrowed the gap a little bit because of that. So, yeah, I wouldn't rely on any of those West Coast states to go red. That's not happening.
This is a race between change and the status quo. I represent change. I'm a 7th-generation Pennsylvania.
All right, let's go back to Fox.
All I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain.
Rob has to stay up to at least 12. Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Probably 12 o'clock, I'll call it myself here. I'd like to see a victory before I go to bed, but, you know, it's not going to be.
It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We could still do those things. We bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who
we gained another seat.
Career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won an unseated
Republicans has picked up another seat in the Senate. So now they have a 2-seat majority. And there's still 6 other incumbents that, oh my God. It's starting to look like, let me shut up. I don't want to say anything.
There are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
Yep, they flipped 2 seats.
There we go.
They need to pick up like 2 more, though.
Today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country.
I like that.
Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're Tired of being treated like
Have you heard of this one movie called Catnado? No, I have not.
Garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy.
And that's the thing, right? That's a good security blanket if Camaras by some miracle pulls this out. At least if we have majority in the Senate, we can stop her for most major legislation. She'll still have executive orders, but executive orders can be turned around. They can be reversed. Legislation is much tougher to turn around.
Here are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again.
Yeah, I know. God, amen to that.
And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates,
yeah, we got to go nuclear. I don't know why they haven't done this shit yet.
in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner
Biden.
of the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer.
He won by 5 points.
It is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that Jon Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong.
Well, let's not do the Godzilla part, Steve.
It's interesting to point out, his
I love Godzilla, but I wouldn't love him if he was real.
And, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel.
If things continue to trend this way, and again, we still have to wait till everything's official. Shenanigans are still abound, I believe, and I hope that it's not enough to make anything crazy. But if everything holds, Donald Trump, if he wins and everything goes the way it's going right now, the way it's trending, Donald Trump is going to have 2 years of the Senate and the House. I mean, it's a fucking dream come true. Tonight will be such a major blow to Democrats to not gain anything in the House, to lose the Senate and lose the presidency all in one night. I mean, it's so good. I hope it continues that way.
Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change, and I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state.
I can't wait to check Twitter.
A couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this.
That's what happens when the gas prices go up.
Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. Brett, the answer is a resounding, unfortunate for me, yes. I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come.
It's a trend, yeah. It's trending in Republicans' favor.
$161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
and
there.
We're, one seat away from the majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours.
Montana. Holy shit.
Jon Tester's the Democrat, Jon Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only, what,
Montana Senate race. Republicans have a 14-point lead there.
14 point, but I mean, that's
it's only 6%, but
listen, if you look
that's
at
a big
Ohio,
lead out the gate.
Issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan and there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about the popular vote. I wonder what it's at. Holy shit, this is getting crazy. It's starting to shape. I see Trump has 214, but Daily Wire has him higher. Yeah, so right now, Fox News seems to be the only network that's being very cautious about projecting winners. And it's like I said earlier, I think that's because of the once bitten, twice shy effect from what happened with Arizona a couple of years ago. They got heavily criticized for calling that state. And even though they ended up being right, it ended up being a lot closer than it ended up being a lot closer than they projected it was. So in other words, they should have never have called it that early. So yeah, so they got a lot of shit for that, which is why I think they're not calling states as quickly as other networks are. But it looks like
Absolutely. Cable TV's done.
And YouTube cartoons also. YouTube political cartoons will own the political landscape.
Probably not, but
That's right. Well, let's just see how it goes. You can't rule that out because we haven't seen this happen yet.
Could you imagine if Trump comes out,
come on, let's just see
declares
how it goes,
victory,
guys.
and says it was largely not our efforts, it was this cartoon, and he shows
freedom tunes, and he starts showing my videos.
Just New York Times just called North Carolina. And it's funny because you could have called it a long time ago, but now it's confirmed. Of the swing states, New York Times says Trump has won North Carolina.
Georgia,
I just said, right?
Very likely.
Georgia is greater than 95%.
Yep.
And PA is about to go likely Republican any second now.
Amazing.
Not one of them is likely Democrat, and I think that's the most important thing here. There's a chance Trump wins all of these so-called blue wall states, the Rust Belt states, and that would be
That's what I was
for the
thinking.
future of electoralism here.
That's why I said I think it'll be 312.
I don't want to say too much, but the rumor circulating among some journalists is that they believe Trump has already won the entire blue wall.
Wow.
That he's going to take every swing state.
Dude, if that happens, Rachel Maddow is going to be inside the Capitol chanting "Stop the Steal."
We can't certify.
That's what, it's funny he said that because a couple of minutes ago I said I think people know something we don't. You know what I mean? Like I think like the numbers are coming in and Trump and Harris are getting them well before networks, and you see Trump, all these parties going around. I have a feeling we're going to hear this. I have a feeling this will be over before the morning, before like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Like it might be called for Trump by like 3 o'clock in the morning. Like you just get like the way things are trending and all these states are leaning in Trump's favor now. Again, it's not midnight yet. And the Dems love to come out at midnight. So let's wait. We'll wait and see.
In Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there, but you can see that Georgia were the lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote.
He's leading in Georgia with 90% by 3. He's leading in North Carolina by, they already called it for him. Wisconsin, he's up by 3 with 65% in. Pennsylvania, he's up by 4 with 75% in.
The big obviously states that we're watching are the blue
I think we
wall
might have
states,
done it,
Pennsylvania
boys.
and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now, and the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what.
Yeah, I'm not going to celebrate yet, but I'm just saying it's looking good.
We're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals.
Yeah, I hear you,
Seals
Steve.
were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours when the Republican Observer noticed it, flagged that particular problem. The city and also the
Next year is going to be miserable. Why do you say that?
Election Commission says that was
Why? Because Trump's going to be president? Hey, look, it's not going to be miserable. You'll be fine.
To call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive.
I know you probably hate him, but despite the fact that you might hate him, you're still going to be in a lot better shape than you were with the last 4 years. You may not want to admit that, or you may not see that, but trust me, you will be.
Observers going, yeah, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy, and as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because 31,000 had to go through a second.
Trump's ahead in Washington? They already called, well, Fox called Washington.
From our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here. The Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some.
Oh, let's hope he's wrong.
Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far-left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control, on raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
It's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kaylee McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign
Mexico has been deporting people who moved there. Latino MAGA future, that's all I hear. It's trending up. A lot of Spanish people are not voting Democrats anymore. Hell, I haven't supported Democrats in years. I was ahead of my time.
Nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see
not for nothing, but now
this particular prop, But we've seen it with a lot of progressive.
How the fuck does Fox get all these good-looking women on here, and the other stations mainly have trolls?
Who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County.
Rob was ahead of his time with Rodan confirmed. Yeah, that too. That too. I didn't leave Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. Yeah.
There's going to be criminal justice reform when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably
Democratic Party was very good during the 90s. Like, seriously. They weren't bad at all.
The number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted.
Despite the fact that Bill Clinton got a BJ in the Oval Office, he actually wasn't a bad president.
That she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right, and so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression, blowing whatever direction.
Why would people still vote for her? Because you have people who are hardcore Democrats through and through. No matter how much the Democratic Party kicks them in the nuts, they'll still vote for them. Not everyone in the country's smart. You know, there's a lot of dumb people too. They're like drones. They go and Democrat. It's like, sadly, my in-laws are like that. My wife's parents are hardcore Democrat. No matter how much they suffer.
We'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
It doesn't make sense, but
thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bills at the wall, trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits.
What?
Right? Since COVID?
Holy shit.
You think about immigration.
That's crazy.
You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. I just want to point out two things in Wisconsin, and I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So
I'm liking this news.
I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think Trump's going to win all the blue wall states.
Here, come back to 2024.
It's trending that way right now.
Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh.
He's up by 4 in Pennsylvania with 91% of the vote in.
Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago on a percentage-wise.
So she went down.
To Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state,
holy shit!
In Philadelphia, and this kind of matches what I just read.
Listen to this.
America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is outperforming.
She's 200,000 votes down in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. That's a lot.
That are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back. Oftentimes in Pennsylvania, if you're a Democrat, running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen.
Numbers don't lie.
Come on back.
He's killing it. But it's not just that she's dropping, he's gaining.
We can't call North Carolina. Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's great.
Oh, Raleigh ended up red. My county is red.
It's a growing area, too. Is about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see. but Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago.
It does make a difference,
maybe
though.
That's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote.
That's a lot of votes left.
Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for, so let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow.
Get some sleep.
The Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially, you're saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.
Reminds me of?
It's 4 years
Hillary
ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out, and everyone else was saying,
I don't like that language.
we're calling these states. So
We may. Stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
They just showed a side-by-side picture of both headquarters. So the Trump headquarters and the Harris headquarters. Trump headquarters, they're partying. The Harris headquarters, they're all like quiet, looking dead. Like they all look defeated. This is crazy.
Code, I will give you your.
I think it's going to turn out, like I said, I think it's going to turn into a landslide. It's going to be like a close landslide. Like he's going to get to 300 or more, but it's going to be by a narrow margin, like in each county and maybe a couple of states. But the overall picture is he's going to win all these states probably, which should be so good.
That's by Christmas, he could have left $100,000 on the table for free.
Someone at that conference picked up that QR code.
Unbelievable. Listen, while Michael Knowles has terrible judgment and Andrew Klavan's only right every once in a while, our sponsors are right all the time. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now.
Oh, they're doing sponsorships.
Than we Trump supporters out here. They were speaking very confidently leading into this. And I understand that when you're running a campaign, there has to be a certain degree of confidence or else people aren't going to turn out. But especially with J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan, the noises he was making didn't really make it sound as if he was desperate, exactly.
Mr. Knowles, I wanted to ask you about one of the more potent issues that the Democrats are running on this election cycle, and it's obviously abortion. I know you guys here at the Daily Wire are extremely pro-life. Nowadays, Donald Trump and the campaign is saying that they don't want to move forward with any sort of national abortion ban. Do you feel as though the Trump campaign has abandoned the issue, and do you have any reluctance supporting them because of that?
No, I don't think the campaign has abandoned the issue. Of course, there's always some confusion and confusing messages that come out of any campaign. Where there was confusion, I think it was resolved in the right way. When
Yeah, I think he's going to win the wall too. Newsmax projects Trump taking all of the swing states. Yeah.
What President Trump
If the left boosted votes to somehow win again, it won't be such a ridiculous margin like last time, or people would know it was rigged for sure. Yeah. Minnesota turns blue by only at 50%.
And so
well, if Minnesota is blue, that's normal.
I believe in my heart of hearts,
it should be blue. It always normally is.
14 weeks, but not at 15 weeks. And if you said something like that, I'd say, okay, well, I don't know where that's coming from.
You think Godzilla voted for Kamala? Nah, no way.
Record that I can look at. I know he's the first sitting president ever to show up to the March vote.
Alex Jones is shirtless on Crowder.
Ronald Reagan. Good point. He's the first one that did it. I know that he appointed the judges that actually overruled Roe v. Wade.
Rumble
to do that since
has to improve their
it actually happened under
load.
I know that
Their bandwidth, I should say.
Roe v. Wade was overruled, abortion went back to the states because the Supreme Court said there will not be a federal law. We will.
Oh yeah, he is shirtless.
They would strike down on it.
This fucking guy's crazy. Look at
He's
this.
not going to pass a federal ban. Well, okay, he's just listening to what the Supreme Court said 2 years ago.
It's fucking crazy. This
so then it
guy.
goes back to the states. This totally changes the calculation, and I think this is where I am as pro-life as it is possible.
That says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look,
Yeah, they want to start putting out all the votes that they've been hiding.
Count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, you know, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on
Trump
this
up by 5 in Michigan with 37% in.
until those votes are counted. And I think
He's already got a over 100,000 vote lead in Michigan.
American people have their say.
It's trending like it's going to be a wipeout.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
Wisconsin, he's up by 3.
The best is when he said, "I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis."
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is, why? Why is it that it didn't appeal?
Because America doesn't want leftist
I think
bullshit.
it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election.
Oh, that's music to my ears. The slow death of identity politics. I love it.
People should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, you know, implement, get rid
Look
of
at the Harris headquarters faces. Look at this.
is running ahead with those groups.
Look at them. They all look so somber and sad.
Expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish
Look,
line.
they sleeping. This person's sleeping over here.
Democrats are going to have to think about their
Look at those faces. They don't look like winners over there.
to get it back. You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these
You gotta
places
love
that
it.
we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the
Arizona's tied.
was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout
Why
the
doesn't
entire course of his run.
Fox News is talking like Trump won, so why don't they just call the states that the other networks have called?
You know, and we've seen all of this, you know, what we watch is
Wisconsin, he's up by 3 with over 150,000 vote lead. That's huge. And 68% in.
character issues that were so
Pennsylvania,
drilled on by
he's got almost a 200,000 vote lead with 80% in.
To mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said,
Michigan,
Kamala Harris, I was 50.0%
120,000 vote lead with 40% in.
like him personally. He didn't like him.
These are all blue wall
He didn't
states.
like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene. and
Virginia looks like she's going to win that.
Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up
80% in, she's up by 121,000 votes. So she's going to get Virginia.
over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today. He had not voted in an election
North Carolina, yeah, I don't know why they haven't called it. He's got over 200,000 vote lead in North Carolina.
because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realize.
I just don't think, I think people don't want to get ahead of it. Like, I think they see the writings on the wall and they could probably safely predict the outcome, but they don't want to because they know that shenanigans might happen. We're 20 minutes away from the midnight hour. That's a shenanigan hour.
to grocery prices being too high. But their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to portray.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they were getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight,
yeah, I know.
They look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare, and
Bitcoin's at an all-time high of 74,000 right now.
He faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, me and my wife.
Convicted, and he also lost the civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think again it's one of those.
Look at all these faces. They know it's over. They know it's over. Look at the faces. They know it's over.
States that are coming in so far, it's because of what they did. Right, and he.
Look at the blue-haired chick in the back with the Howard shirt.
So he would
Look at those faces. We lost. We lost.
The next day, and if you think even just about the creativity.
Rob just voted like millions of times for Trump to win. Yeah, I kept going back in disguised as different people.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win.
They finally gave him North Carolina.
This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there.
No, I didn't, but next time I will.
In the past 2 weeks to campaign.
I heard Scavengers Reign Season 2 may be canceled.
Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win.
All right, so she got New Mexico, which was expected.
Race to 270, the electoral votes needed. It now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So
he's killing her in a lot of places. He fucking won by like 16 points in Florida. That's insane.
As well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we've been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning.
Yeah, prepare for some results in the morning, I bet.
The way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states, and something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory.
This is proof that Biden never liked her.
Campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Isn't that his home state?
Peter, thank you.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win
Okay,
the state of
so she did pull out Virginia.
Much closer. It was a state.
A lot closer.
Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these
Yeah,
states.
men don't like that leftist female shit.
News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that
Music to my ears.
Come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Carol Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race.
Oh, this all sounds so good.
And Dave McCormick. It looks like McCormick, with 81% of the vote in, is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table. You know,
Pennsylvania, he's up by 4. 81% in.
The border, he rejected.
He's got a huge lead in votes, almost closing in on 300,000.
He set no taxes,
That's a lot.
No taxes on overtime. That wasn't a full-throated economic plan, and all that may be true. But sometimes politics in life isn't fair, and he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over. We've got three. The blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done, probably more effectively, was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth. To lay out a plan to maybe say we should.
Michigan, he's up by 4 with 40% in. Almost.
As we look to find ways to do.
He's got like 116,000 vote lead. I think he's going to do it with the blue wall. I think he's going to break it.
We have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that. Couldn't figure out how to capitalize.
Georgia, he's still up by 3, 91% in.
That's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys
150,000, little under 150,000 vote lead.
to reach out to us as well and try to figure
Arizona is a dead heat. He's up by 0.4 points. Half the votes are in. Man, fucking Arizona is tight as fuck.
RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying
Wisconsin, he's up by 4.
pursuing to keep RFK Jr. off the
70% in.
Shanahan, one of his vice presidential
He's got like 114,000 vote lead.
And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that
The only thing I'm saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about.
He's going to win Pennsylvania for sure, I think.
Divisive races in my 54 years of
He's winning the popular vote by 4 million right now. So that's like what, 2 points? 3
it's
points.
time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight. But it's going to take more than that. I'm one, as a Democrat, willing to work with him if he wants to do that. But it's going to take each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Another call? Uh-oh. Projects. Republicans gain Senate control.
That the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now,
And they still have other seats they're competing with. I just hope they end up holding the House.
And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race.
Let's fucking
John
go.
Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate.
I legit went to your word, Rob, but man, why did California, Illinois, and Virginia got taken by Democratic? Damn. It doesn't matter. I just want Trump to win.
President Trump wins again. He needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California, but this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader.
Thank God.
This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their going on there.
Rob, I'm so glad Ryan and Hugh kept She-Hulk out of their movie. She's literally Kamala in the MCU.
And if President Trump wins the presidency,
Well, he's not gone. He's just not. He won't be Senate Majority Leader.
Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation.
So whichever party holds the majority in the Senate, they get to choose a leader. So now that the Republicans have the Senate majority, they get to vote in their own leader.
Happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the
I
success of
think
President Trump
it's
in
looking like he's going to win.
Haley, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess
Georgia, I'm surprised they haven't called Georgia yet. He's got like a 130,000 point vote lead, and they're 93% in.
Donald Trump prevail, which is looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this. The word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues. Energy, all of them campaigned similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things will happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers. As the race for 270 continues, more results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come.
Yeah, I think so. Which one do you think is the next one to call, Rob? Well, I was going to say Georgia, but apparently other networks have called that already. I have a feeling Pennsylvania is going to be called soon because they're heading to the finish line of their voting. And Harris got Maryland, of course. Holy fucking skibidi brain rot. The word Ohio is ruined for me. Yeah, I've heard all the Ohio jokes before. I'm from the Central Coast, and so far Trump flags almost every day, and it was way before the election. Yeah, same thing around where I live. There's like every lawn has a Trump Vance sign on it, and it makes me feel good to know that the final voting had the Raleigh-Wake area was red. Thank God, because there are a lot of woke people out here, but there's more Republican voters overall. Well, that's the thing, right? Woke people are loud and obnoxious, so they're easy to spot. Republican voters and conservatives are just kind of everyday, go about their business, don't bother people. So that's why they're always referred to as a silent majority. I see many Harris and Welch signs down in Arkansas, which was weird, but more Trump. Yeah, those Harris Welch signs don't mean shit because he won Arkansas by quite a bit, actually. Ironically, 2020 was the best thing to happen to Trump. In some ways, I mean, still, I would have rather have him win 2020 and not go through the struggles of the last 4 years. But, yeah, I guess you could make that argument to some extent. It would have been fucked up for him to lose after almost getting killed twice. So it's almost like God was on his side. So, but still, until we get all the final calls, I don't trust the Democrats. All right, we're back. Midnight hour.
So there are a number of states that we are not able to call yet, and we're waiting for some big calls momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in
Arizona is
very
tight as fuck.
Half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right?
I don't think she has any more votes to get in Pennsylvania.
On the map and just see the margins. I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay? Harris at 216, Trump at 232. And, if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in
Oh, of course. She gets Hawaii. Forgot about Hawaii. What about Alaska?
Hawaii, the Aloha state has
Should be Trump.
in every
Alaska's always
election since
Republican.
1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News Decision Desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races.
There's still 6 Senate seats up to grab.
Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead.
That's okay. That's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232.
Let me put this so you guys can see it.
He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough.
Oh, yeah.
In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up a 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now at midnight on the East Coast? 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. They could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, you know, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on our calls.
If it did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No,
What'd I say?
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College is designed. To take
That's what I said. Although I was saying 312, they have 303.
But it's an if.
Well,
the blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. And there's a lot
it's like it's almost like methodically turning into a landslide.
Be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting move here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate.
Yeah, they know it's over. They're already all flying to him.
Are indicating there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have to wait till the morning, boys. I think it's going to be done tonight.
Only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for.
Robin's life. Thank you.
This place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The
Okay.
kids say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign
Oh,
headquarters
poor
in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome.
All right. Let me not celebrate. It's not over yet.
Is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people.
Trump already won. It's just a matter of tasting their salty tears. That's right.
We will update you when we find out more about that, but someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now, but she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging
Go home. No party tonight. We need time to bring in the missing votes, and we'll party tomorrow.
And they've also, been talking over the last few days about
The world sees the Harris headquarters and says, wow.
that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages.
Rob, do you think Trump will end up suing mainstream media and shows like The View? They went hardcore on him. I mean, he could, but the problem is it's hard to prove defamation. So I don't think he's going to waste his time. He proved his point. And the mainstream media really has to take a look at themselves and say, look, if we ever want to be taken seriously again, we're going to have to stop kissing Democrats' ass.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to
Watch it be Georgia, which they should have called already.
Really well done.
It didn't really work. Jackie was spellbound by that one.
Let's see if it's Georgia. It's probably Georgia, which other networks had already.
Join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent, politically.
Wow.
And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats...
Cancel Saturday Night Live too. I know, right?
Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave political mess.
That's true. They did do that.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe
he's up 4 points in the popular vote.
Immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm.
Yeah, this is a landslide, boys. There's no fucking way she's winning.
You're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's pretty clear now.
Citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than
How many presidents have lost the White House but then won it back in another election? I think like 2 other presidents.
If you would ask me on January the 7th, or after the 4th of the 4 indictments.
Yeah, this is ending tonight. They ain't gonna be no bullshit. Wait till the morning. I mean, you'll still have vote counts in certain areas, but he's gonna get to 270 before tomorrow morning.
Some of them don't take my call.
It may not be like now. It could be like at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, but it's happening tonight. Well, it's been clear for the most part, but remember, overnight bullshit. I don't think, even if they pulled overnight bullshit, I don't think it's going to matter.
For his cabinet might not could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes.
Rob, you got to stay till 270 or at least Georgia and PA. I'm going to be up for 270. I don't know if I'm going to stream to 270 because this light, I can't have this shit in my eyes for this long.
These steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit, and
it's funny.
Had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion, there's no question.
I mean, maybe, you know, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down to
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% time. He can't
If Batman can fight crime, all right, let's see how it looks.
One thing I want to point out in the data.
That's really dark, though.
Has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points.
Let your buddy Chair hold your place.
Polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%. Basically,
Chair stream.
Biden's margin. That's just not coming true to me.
Let's see if all right, Fox News is still being shy. Let's see what Daily Wire has.
Swamp all the micro explanations.
Shapiro's VP would not have changed this. Keeping Arab Americans in Michigan wouldn't have changed this. It's all the big stuff. Defeat in Afghanistan, a porous border, inflation, and Biden's refusal to acknowledge reality and step aside in time for Democrats to have a real primary. That's factually true.
I think that's
true. That's true.
Who wrote
Right now, he's winning in Maine.
Oh, David French.
He's wrong on a lot of stuff, but he's right on that.
Can I also say, we've talked about how the left will react to this. On the right, though, if Trump wins,
They have him at 248.
I certainly hope.
92% win probability.
If Trump wins, is that I hope that this will become a time on the right where we can actually have some unity among conservatives, which is, I guess, easier to do in victory. But it's the last 4 years of just ripping each other to
Conservatives
shreds.
love doing that. You get 100 conservatives into a room, they're going to find the one thing they disagree on. It's like high school. It's worse than high school.
Yeah.
They're all going to just have all these petty little nitpicky things. They're all going to ankle bite whenever anyone has any success. But now, one hopes now, if the night continues as it is going, Trump has the big success, and so maybe we can all at least, say we got.
And we're gonna need that if you want to take advantage of.
Yeah, he's up by over 3% on the popular vote.
Agenda. It's like we all got to be on the same page. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually winning Maine. It's only 40% in.
Period of time.
You're going to have people on one side trying to bring back Bush, McCain, Romney, because that's what they're so angry about. You're going to have that very, I think, very small but vocal thing on the other side trying to turn it into like a fascist hate you, And the thing is, those guys are going to have a big voice online and in the Wall Street Journal. But I think if you ignore them, they just don't have the power anymore. The power is now
the
in
great
working
lesson.
class center. Yeah.
I think the great lesson to achieve what you want, people have to stop thinking, if I differ with you on one thing, we have nothing in common.
Yeah.
I don't understand that mentality. It is it's been a motto of my radio show for 40 years. The only candidate you will ever agree with entirely is you if you run. There is no one else. And yet people say, oh, he said that?
Yeah.
He's out of my life.
Forever he's dead. Yeah.
Right. By the way, you might not even agree with yourself all the time.
Yeah.
People's views change.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Even with President Trump, he has.
Yeah, so they have him at 248 over here on the Daily Wire. Let's see what's going on with Tim Pool.
He did teach people to be themselves.
Yeah, I think so.
And I just thought about Rogan. I mean, talk about one of the canaries in the coal mine of reality. Like, the guy's about as based as you can get.
I wonder what's going on Twitter.
Based for 3 hours with
Let's
that
see.
being based.
Well, he just says his opinions, and he's not really worried about people getting upset or offended by them.
We have a new guest joining. Welcome back.
Welcome
back.
All right, so we're allowed a small
California ballots delivered to Detroit amid election concerns.
Some of the eggs before they've hatched, but not all of them.
Yeah.
You've been following along on the outside? What you think?
Joy Reid calls Florida government extreme right. Joy Reid comments on white women's role in Harris, North Carolina.
Listen, I'm the trendsetter here, okay? Bit by bit, you're getting
Silence falls on Kamala Harris HQ.
I guess it's insane. The market went to like
I love hearing all this.
9% at a point, which is just. I'm ready. I'm excited.
Oh, it's above that. It's at 96.7.
96. Oh my goodness.
They put the music on at Kamala's headquarters. I
They
hear.
turned
They're
the
upset.
news off.
Well,
Yeah,
also
they said no comments or something.
No.
Like,
At the watch party, the news is playing. They turned it off. So now everyone's just slowly thinning out. They're like, we're done.
they're going out to harvest ballots and vote, guys. No, but in all seriousness, another thing to take away from this is that Trump won some of the places he won in ways that was totally unexpected or were totally unexpected. So
there's already people crying at Kamala Harris headquarters on Twitter.
Right. You're forgetting transphobia, my friend. But no, Nate.
All right, let's go back to Fox and see if they nutted up to make a call yet.
They can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I've not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892.
Oh my God, he's pulling away in Michigan.
The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends.
They still haven't called Georgia.
Also, this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment, and I hope Kelly and there will be Democrats.
Ooh, man, Arizona is really tight. He's up by 8.8 points. 51% in.
Again, we haven't declared anything.
Wisconsin, I think that's in the bag for him. He's up by 4.
Yep. Right? Waiting on a lot of things.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
We're waiting on Wisconsin, we're waiting on Michigan, but why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop
Here you go, hold on.
Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
There it is.
I can come back to it. All right, so here's Georgia.
You see them? They're all crying.
The remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta is in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes that remaining as well.
It's so good.
We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
it's okay. No,
Let's see what's going on the map.
here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, only 23% of the vote has now been reported.
Oh, I see. That's the shit that bothers me.
Outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys, and let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while, too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest
Yeah.
one is obviously that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
Shenanigans. Last poll closes at 1. So we're still about 35 minutes away from that. Yeah, that's the part that bothers me. You know what I mean? Like, you see all these votes and all the numbers are freezing now, and they're just waiting for all of us to go to bed so they can pull out the secret ballot boxes and all that shit.
Because he can't do what he wants if there's a President Trump. I asked Neil Ferguson, one of the greatest living historians, who I don't identify. I mean, he's conservative, but he's not political particularly. He was at Harvard, and then he's married to Ayaan Hirsi Ali. He's an extraordinary man. I asked him on my show, and I had no idea what he would say. This is 3
Let's see what Crowder's up to.
Would Putin have invaded Ukraine?
I like... Oh, God. Poor Rumble. Got to get those servers upgraded.
Likely, I'm going to say, let's find a way to embrace the people who've come here who want to be part of this dream and give them a path to do it. Okay? And
James
the ones
Woods.
Who are here to cause trouble and commit crimes and do all the rest of it, shove their asses out, scrape them off our shoe, build that wall, and that's that. But don't judge people by the fact that they may have gotten here in a certain way. You're going to be surprised to hear me say this. You thought I was going to come on to be some right-wing nutcase. Let's find a way to build this country better based on values. And that's what the Democrats don't do. They don't have values. They want to castrate children. They want to have the border wide open. They want to have, all our jobs go overseas with all this globalism and so on. And, they want to have a digital currency so they can track every dollar.
Yep. No, I think I think there's a way to do it. I'm very reticent to look at path to citizenship, but maybe if there's, for example, here's the thing. We can all agree on this. Every single illegal alien who is populating our prison systems gone right away. And if we look and we see any of them, we talk with them and go, oh, wait, you haven't paid taxes? Gone, unless they hit the back pay. If they've paid taxes, they've been here for that long, then I think we can look at that. But the problem is we know that once we get there, the left is going to fight every step of the way. This is not an argument over anchor babies. This is not an argument over dreamers. We have people who have come here illegally who make up over 20% of our federal prisons. When people say find common ground, can we not find common ground on deporting every single person here illegally who we are supporting in prison? The left doesn't want that. They wanted to buy votes. That's the issue.
Okay, Stephen.
They wanted to buy votes, and it looks like it's backfiring on them because the majority of the Hispanics are voting for Trump. I mean, Trump is cutting into their majority.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks, and we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states, and you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously, Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet.
Bunch of pussies.
They're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic.
Yeah, no, I know, Steve, but Fox is too scared.
It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official
I still think
decision.
I don't have to like him personally to not think he's not a net positive. And I don't watch him nearly as much as I used to. Can only watch so many of these things.
The Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. And there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of
He only needs to win one of the Rust Belt states, Georgia, and probably.
And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party, obviously.
Let me see. I don't remember the electoral votes off the top of my head, but definitely Georgia, minimum one blue wall state, and I think Arizona, and it's a done deal. And Alaska, but he's going to get Alaska.
Really long time ago. I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the
Well, technically, Georgia was called already. It's only Fox News that hasn't called it.
This is what I love about elections. election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete. There's probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly.
What the hell is going on in Nevada? They haven't even started counting since the polls
Let's
closed.
bring in our panel. Welcome back, Carl Rove.
Yeah, I
Jessica
know.
Tolo,
Haven't heard
and
shit
Sandra
from Nevada.
Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting, he is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
well, and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as the,
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing
Start to count.
Because,
Are you still going to be streaming on Rumble or no?
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again.
I think eventually I will.
We are seeing from 4 years ago, those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What
I know.
Now?
There you go.
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is a
Rob, will this be another Bush Gore type election?
Inner city
Nah.
ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America. Increasingly Hispanic voters among them, and he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see.
That's the shit I don't want to see.
Coming in, there was some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been
all 120,000.
And
what are you
Dana
implying?
knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys.
I don't see any movement on any of these states.
There were some people.
Everything's been the same numbers for like the last hour and a half.
Where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here.
CNN called Georgia for President Trump. Boy, Fox is really deliberately falling behind us here. Did you hear Luton's comment about if Trump wins 563, the war in the Ukraine would be over?
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought
If
up
Trump wins 563, I don't understand that. What is 563?
I saw your head kind of swing around.
What's going on, Paleo?
Make sense to you?
Well,
Everything is at the standstill. That worries me. I know, that's what I'm saying.
89% of the vote is.
Like Pennsylvania's been at 86% for like the last hour and a half. Yeah, I know. I'm starting to get a little worried here.
Very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction, and she represents the party in power. To me,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given that
Party of the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small.
They haven't even shown Nevada, like Steve was saying.
50.9 to 48.1, and yet
Nice to see Will potentially come out with a win for the first time voting.
Generate a commanding number.
I don't know, Churro.
That will help the new president.
At least it stopped here on Fox, but I heard they just called Georgia for President Trump. One county in Pennsylvania we are waiting on, and they didn't start counting. We may get another shit show here in a few hours. Not good.
And I think Britt and Carl have made the point. I think three things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing. Then you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue.
It's because they're idiots.
And to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party.
There's only one county in Pennsylvania that we're waiting on.
If indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he's made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Sorry.
New York Times win percentage I think went up to 92.
He said over here.
So Pennsylvania we're still looking at, but we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah.
Which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia.
Holy shit.
15 and a half.
He jumped by almost over 5 points.
Later, Philadelphia, that's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now.
He should.
Reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in.
That's better than 2016.
Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped.
He got it. He got Pennsylvania.
Right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania. Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right. That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it.
Yeah, he's going to win Pennsylvania.
Well,
he flipped 2 counties.
Action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walth's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted. That every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight. But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. and go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's
She's too
hard
busy
to
crying.
Ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania.
Doesn't look like it. It's going awfully slow.
Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now at Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the.
I know, crazy how the government will enforce what kind of pets we have compared to everything else we need to fix. But well, yeah.
An area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County. Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears
they're already celebrating at Trump HQ. Look at this. Look at the comparison. Empty, full, people dancing.
It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically,
well, they just told him to leave, so.
Points, and so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too.
Oh, here we go. Georgia.
Can now project that the state of Georgia will go to.
There it is. It's official.
This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia,
it only took him, what, 2 hours?
To President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that
he needs one of the blue wall states at least, but I think he's going to get all 3 of them.
He had a difficult.
It's gonna at the end of it all, when it's all said and done, without shenanigans, it should be a landslide victory. All his numbers are ticking up.
That didn't go.
He's been
well
trending
either. So
up
this
on
is
an
a
upward
very
trajectory
big
since like
win
like 8:30.
for former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at electoral college vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Carl.
I mean that
Rove.
Andrew Klavan was correct.
Darren,
Whoops.
we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right. While we have you, how do you
No,
see
he
this
had to try hard. You see all those rallies he went on, almost got killed.
And as you look at the
Come on, man.
there.
He tried really hard.
This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities.
Sorry, we're not watching too many other channels. I just really like Bill Hemmer.
I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan, in particular, as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote.
Yeah, Wisconsin's at 84% now.
And what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia.
Pennsylvania shot up to 90%.
Is it possible?
They're almost done, and he's got a over 200,000 vote lead. He's going to take Pennsylvania. He's going to take Michigan. It's over, boys.
I think
even with shenanigans, it's over. There's not enough votes in those two states for her to win.
Young African-American men.
He got this.
Did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap.
Go to the right, and Bush Cheney go to the left. Strange and funny. Yeah, it's crazy.
Demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out.
All right. So once they update everything at 1, I'm going to call it there because I think we're good. Even with overnight shenanigans, I don't think they have enough because he's literally pulling away from her.
Be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas, but the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
I mean, we've got the brain here. Did anybody else?
No, Pennsylvania's only got 10% of the vote left, and he's up by almost 300,000 votes.
Immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that.
I mean, 200, a little over 200,000.
Some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40%. Was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
It was a moment ago here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point.
99% in, it's over. Oh, no, that's that county. Okay, but still, he flipped it.
How much?
Yeah.
It's 99% in or 90? What'd you say?
90, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday.
Dude, if he wins Pennsylvania, the election's over. Because that's 19 points, I think. And he's going to win Pennsylvania. I think it's over.
Campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee.
I think it's over. He won.
I was still thinking at the time about
There's not enough votes for her to come back. And he just flipped another county.
Hulk Hogan, and why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign. I said, "What's going on there?" Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. I think Pennsylvania is going to be called within the hour. And I think he's got it. Well, not I think. I know he's got it. He's too far ahead of her. There's no room for her to come back.
Those white males in those upper Midwest states,
what I'm interested in seeing is if he's going to get to 312. Like, that's like my personal little prediction. Anything over 300 is a landslide, and he's going to get over 300.
It's a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever.
It's very stupid for Democrats to go after white men when white men make up like a large number of the population. White people in general make up like 74% of this population.
Talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The point registered.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that?
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do. We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
For coming
Good job.
by.
Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the Trump campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody.
Oh, he's already going to make his victory speech. Everybody knows it's just a matter of time, but it's over. He won. We're back, boys. We're back.
Party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh. Aisha,
thank you very much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska.
He's got Alaska.
Desk says it is too early to call.
He's going to
Trump
get it.
Has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis.
That'll bring him up to 251.
Back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision-making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
All right, I'm going to stay on a little bit longer because I have a feeling Pennsylvania is going to get called very soon.
By some trends they are seeing, not necessarily.
Oh, he's up by 220,000 votes, 90% in.
Slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need.
Yeah, he's cut into Philadelphia by 5 points.
It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And
yeah, I saw that. I saw that, Jim.
Over the edge in
Beware of the 3 a.m. boogeyman, dude. He's gonna be president by 3 a.m. at this rate.
Chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha.
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right. And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here.
He's jumped.
That's a pretty decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has
13, that's right.
Which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So
that's it. He's going to win Alaska. And right now, he's tracking to win PA. It's over.
Some time now that Trump had more pass to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5.
Yeah.
90% of the estimated vote out there.
I'm surprised they haven't called PA, but I think he's got it.
In Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here.
And Michigan, Democrats fucked themselves by leaving Kennedy on the ballot because I guarantee you most of those votes were siphoned off of Kamala.
Maybe we get some more numbers.
Same thing in Wisconsin. They're such idiots.
Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, that's their idea. So we could get that in.
Arizona, 51% in, dead heat, but it's not going to matter.
What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada.
Oh, my God. Oh, they're almost done.
Out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting. You've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together.
Oh, my God.
So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, did even better.
Yeah, I think he's going to win Nevada, too.
Harris is putting up right now.
If it stays like that. Guys, it's a landslide. It's a landslide.
Good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Carl Rowe's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Carl? Right now, a point. It's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah,
312, baby, 312. Watch.
And likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
It's Ogre.
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still.
That's why they took so long.
But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch
it's
party,
all
a lot of
Ogre.
optimism in the air.
Kamala's the Ogre.
Right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Carl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you.
Juan Williams, he's
Kevin,
back on
maybe we'll start
Fox.
with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants.
Oh, tax cuts.
What's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed.
What they should have done was not pick Kamala Harris as their
so there's all of these
as their
but to my mind, it seems
presidential
to me
candidate.
incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix, going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well,
I
don't know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy.
Fucking Juan Williams. Rob, I agree. I was shocked they chose her.
So I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right, so I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a right in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Get over it. It's fucking 4 years ago, or almost 5 years ago now. Just let it go.
The campaign ran a lot.
He's increasing his lead in Arizona, although minuscule.
Half the country.
He's up by 0.8 now from 0.7.
That is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman. Or I'm not voting for this black
That's part of it.
That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men.
That's right.
Came along and gave higher.
Goddamn right.
I just want to make one more point.
Alaska call for Trump. Oh boy.
This week.
He's 9 points away.
If Trump wins.
Just call Pennsylvania and it's over.
Felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout.
So basically, he thinks that Trump won because of misogyny.
Politics.
The fuck out of here.
Used to great success.
If Kamala was a man, it would have been the same result because she's an idiot.
Trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the
Increased Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous. And
we're living in a clown world. I know. Yeah, I know. That's why he's not on Fox as much as he used to be.
He did not go out and say.
I remember when I used to watch, because I don't watch Fox that much anymore. In fact, I don't watch it at all. I took one of those free trials just to watch it tonight. because I like Bill Hemmer when he covers the election on the screen. I just think he does a great job.
Economy in which they think they get the short stick.
And
Inflation, which is
he used to be on Fox on a regular.
and illegal immigration, which has
He's
affected their communities.
definitely
deeply.
left-leaning
To
hard
suggest that
body.
somehow black
He's
men are
always
racist
saying the
because
same
they
shit the
supported one
Democrats
is
do.
just too far, Juan.
It's like having a CNN anchor on Fox.
No, I followed your comment. It's logical.
Hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only a quarter of black men.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way.
Oh, that's bullshit. This fucking guy.
I get into, I want to be in.
The reason all the men voted for Trump is because the left and their feminist hacks were shitting on men, especially white men in general. If you're going to do that, why would they vote for you? It has nothing to do with misogyny, and it has more to do with being treated like crap.
The fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women, did black women,
We know
white
what
women,
you
Hispanic
meant.
women? We still don't know
Who
those
the
numbers.
fuck
We're gonna have
hired this
opportunity to
guy?
dig into some
Well,
of
he
those
only
things.
comes on periodically now.
I don't interpret
He
what
does
John
not
said
feature nearly as much as he used to be.
more than that.
All right. More to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage
Oh, they're going to call
continues. Stay
Alaska.
with us.
Only 3 points. All right. Let me see what's going on. I got to get something to drink. I'm parched right now. Yeah, so right now, Daily Wire has Trump at 251 to 213.
Oh, there goes gravity.
All right, I'll be back.
McCormick's going to win. That's basically my Michael, that was truly almost worth the price of having paid you for 10 years. Absolutely nothing. Brent, I'm going to go back to you since you have data. So what's the story in Pennsylvania? Why are we waiting to declare it? How long do we have to stay up with this? Yeah. What's the story?
I have no clue why we're waiting. Right now, Philly, the county, is at 86% in. It's underperforming by 6 points.
Oh,
wow. And a flat turnout. So this goes back to what we've been talking about. Democrat counties are turning out at 2020 levels. Republican counties are turning out above 2020 levels. Here's one for you. A lot of this goes back to the fact, and we've been highlighting this, the youth vote is shrinking in the margin for Democrats. In our last national poll, we had Harris only winning the under 30 vote by 8 points. If we'd have broken that down even younger, I guarantee Trump would have been in the lead if you went, say, 18 to 22. So Center County, Pennsylvania, which is the home of Pennsylvania State University, Biden won it by 4 in 2020. Trump is currently up by 4. Oof. So I have absolutely no clue why we're all sitting here. I mean, it's fun. I get it. It's really fun. Really think all these smart people, and then they also invited me. We can definitely win back the college education vote with what you all have talked about tonight. But Pennsylvania...
Somebody mentioned at the beginning of the stream they were concerned because young voters were voting for Democrats. And I told them, that's not true.
I don't know, 67%.
I'm like, Trump did the smartest thing by doing all those online podcasts where all the youth people listen to. And he won the online vote. That's why all the youth are going for him.
Is running really strong against Alyssa Slotkin.
Plus, Kamala sucks.
If you had to put money on it, you say Republicans maybe get 55 Senate seats out of this thing.
They could potentially, and it's one of the really interesting stories of this cycle where for pretty much all the Senate races, the Republican Senate candidate was polling 4, 5, 6, 7 points behind Donald Trump in the margin. And it really looks like as people went to go vote, they looked at the blue and the red jersey and said, I have to pick one, and I'm going to pick the red jersey across the board. Especially in these Rust Belt states. So Dave Sunday, the Republican nominee for Attorney General in Pennsylvania, declared the winner there. I think that is a harbinger of what we're going to see also coming out of Pennsylvania. But if you look specifically at Michigan, so there's a county, Oakland County, outside of Detroit, suburban area.
You don't like ASMR?
By 14. It is almost fully reported, and currently Harris is only up by 10. So not only are these returns in Michigan,
All right, here we go.
these Democrat
I think they're gonna call Alaska, but
margin of Biden is being.
And
This
that
kind of goes
is
back to what we
the
were talking
jubilant
about with the
scene. Everybody seems pretty happy at Trump headquarters.
I think
And
it's
what
over.
We're seeing is movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including
louder, daddy.
in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep.
Yeah, I think he got Nevada, and I think he got Alaska. They need to call Pennsylvania already. Come on.
Those guys had 2 Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a really large one.
That's it.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania.
Oh my God. Almost.
We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
It's over, boys.
Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby
Because he's getting Alaska. Alaska's 3 points.
to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
Woo!
With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's
Oh,
vanished.
yes, we did it.
This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
Shenanigans.
Is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that Grover
Oh my God, we did it.
the subject of a Russia investigation, 2
Oh.
impeachments, 2 assassination attempts. They
Oh
have
my God, I'm so happy.
indictments, convictions, and there is almost
Assassinations, all that bullshit.
thrown at this former president and his tenacity in wanting to go back.
Oh
and
my
run
God,
again, which he announced
yes.
Immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America.
Oh man, I got goosebumps right now. I'm so excited.
Is closing in with just a few electoral votes away.
He's
now,
got it. It's over. She should just call him and concede.
Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is
I think
there,
J.D.
Vance, Senator J.D. Vance.
I think Daily Wire has him at 270.
From former
This
President
is
Donald Trump again at
just enormous.
267.
This is the greatest comeback without dispute in the history of
It's over, boys. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Well, what exactly would be the comment?
How is he going to govern the country from prison, though? That's the thing.
St. Helens.
There are actual constitutional crises looming because the left took the joke so far.
Yeah.
That it's
they really took it to Jeremy level.
Wow. That's right. They gave me a run for my money.
Cause I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. Now we can rest easy is right. 202? What is that? Oh, it says 2024.
Guys. I was planning on being here every day for like a week.
Let's see what
because
Tim
I
Pool's
thought this
saying.
was going to get dragged out and out.
It's so nice to know that it's over.
Good news, we don't got to move to El Salvador. The lawfare didn't work, the assassination attempts didn't work, the impeachment proceedings didn't work. Oh, they called it! Coups didn't work.
That's it. It's over. It's official.
It's currently 1:23. I got to wake up in 6 hours. Wow. I'm gonna chug a bottle of cold brew concentrate.
Oh my God.
Cheers.
Yeah, he won PA. It's over. Trump's president.
Our entire team of Tim Katz. Tim, thank you for doing this.
I say this,
Seamus, you're the best. The Daily Wire is awesome. Wow, Mad God. Thank you, Donald Trump.
This is not an exclamation. This is not taking his name in vain. Genuinely, thank you, God. Thank you, God, that woman did not win the election.
America.
Oh man, this is such a good feeling. Really is.
It's not just
He's
white. It's not just
this is
black,
great.
It's not just brown. It's a blended family. It's like America.
Rainbow coming together.
That's
like
exactly
Obama said,
right.
we're not red America, we're not white, we're not
Orange America. Today we're all orange. That's right.
We're all orange.
This company began about, what, 9 years ago? Really, our first election was 8 years ago. And we were all sitting around.
All right,
celebrating
boys.
Donald Trump's.
I stood on long enough to get the victory, man. Oh my God. Oh, it's time. It's time to call them. I don't know if I'll exactly fall asleep, but now that it's over, I'm ready to at least stop the stream. And no, I got to, man. It's 1:25. My kids got school tomorrow. But man, what a night. Rob, please no, I gotta go, man.
You are one awesome motherfucker.
But this is great news. This is great news. Nuts for Kaiju.
Newts for Kaiju tipped $5. Hey Rob, we did it. But now, picture this, she has to be there with Biden to turn over the White House to Trump on Inauguration Day. Can't wait to see if she laughs then.
Now,
yeah, bitches.
Yep.
It's great to be garbage.
Yep. Well, now we're going to see how the left is going to react, because you know how the crazy they get. Watch them pull their own insurrection on January 6th. Oh, man. Can imagine after everything he went through, the court cases, the assassination attempts, being labeled a Nazi and Hitler. And you know what America said to the Democrats? Fuck you. You're full of shit. Oh, man. I can't wait to see all the clips of like CNN and MSNBC, because, you know, we didn't watch them tonight. So, but man, oh man. Oh, it's so good. All right, guys, man, it was fun tonight. I'm glad you guys are here with me. It's nice to know that we're getting 4 great years of MAGA. Oh my God. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And Bitcoin just hit $75,000. So, all right, guys, have a good night. Well, look, we could talk more about this weekend. I'll be back streaming on Friday. I'll probably have a video or two before that, because I haven't done my kind of like my review and overall take on the Godzilla 70th anniversary, but I definitely want to do a video on that. And yeah, man, just keep going. All right, guys, have a good night. I'll talk to you all very soon.